Chapter 344. So, it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fangjing's help, Bai Xia is safe and sound. Bai Xia fairy avoided Wei Wushang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang. Wei Wushang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fangjing, who was beside Bai Xia fairy. Hello, I am Fangjing of Crane Gate. Fangjing had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed, exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fangjing is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Bai Xia fairy looked at Fangjing as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly, and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fangjing had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only iron beak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wushang's eyes flickered as he hated Fangjing to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fangjing. Fangjing, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate. Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique, and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wushang strode forward and glared at Fangjing with a threatening light in his eyes. Fangjing was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha ha ha. In his heart, Master Tenchiru's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl Bai Xia this time. This little girl Bai Xia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wushang is the first challenger. Ah, favors me? Fangjing let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy Bai Xia. But in Fangjing's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fangjing's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Shun Chui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Shun Chui, Fangjing's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and Aunt Shun Chui, Lord Patriarch, and Lord Qingshu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wushang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy Bai Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenchiru laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wushang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fangjing frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenchiru laughed heartily. Don't worry. Fight well, who immortal inheritance on Tian Ti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. With my soul secretly assisting you, you will have an enormous advantage. After pausing for a while, Master Tenchiru continued. You are still too young. You don't know the use of fame. Sometimes fame is more convenient and useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and accumulate fame. Use more flying cranes. You don't need to care about these beasts' lives. In any case, Crane Gate has a lot of them. If they are used up, you can replenish them after returning to the sect. Hearing his master say this, Fang Zheng could only sigh and say to Wei Wuxiang, "If you want to fight, then let's fight." "Very well. Please." Wei Wuxiang sneered and stomped on the ground, his body shooting into the sky like lightning. Fang Zheng was not to be outdone. He waved his hand and stepped on the back of the cranes. Tens of thousands of iron-beak flying cranes chirped together, as if they were welcoming their king. The battle was about to start. The surrounding people could not help but become excited. "Boss Fang Zheng, do your best. Beat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Manor." Crane Gate's elite disciples shouted. "Junior Brother Wei, teach this kid a lesson." Wei Wuxiang naturally had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Fang Zheng's 10,000 cranes could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He also had his own trump card. "Let's fight." Wei Wuxiang activated the goo worms in his body. His body flashed in the air and vanished. At the next moment, space ruptured. He crossed hundreds of steps and directly appeared in front of Fang Zheng. "It's actually breaking space goo." This time, even Master Tenchiru was shocked. A fierce battle was about to begin. At the same time, on Sancha Mountain, in a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered together. That means you were all used by who may err as chess pieces to probe the black and white demons. The leader of the 10 tyrants, Tyrant Hung Mei, muttered, "That's right, boss. This time, that demoness played with us. She even heavily injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you need to seek justice for us." Number 2 of the 10 tyrants shouted. "Slap." Tyrant Hung Mei fiercely slapped. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants was fiercely slapped on the face, spinning on the spot. "Bo, boss." He covered his face, looking at Tyrant Hung Mei in shock. Heavily injured is a good thing as long as you are not dead. You bunch of sperm-addled things, take care of your lower bodies. Before coming here, I instructed you to be careful with your words and actions. Do you think this is still the Southern Mountain? Tyrant Hung Mei scolded in pain. "Wrong. This is Sancha Mountain. Be it Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian Wu Shen Tong, or I Chong, any one of them can crush you to death like an ant. Although you are all rank 3, what is the most important thing for you to be able to roam freely here? It's all because of my reputation. Humph. Take this as a warning to all of you. I also want to tell you, don't even think of finding trouble with who may err. This little demoness is extremely charming. She has a wide circle of friends. She is flirting with Lin Sanqi, has rumors about Li Xian, and even has an affair with Mo Wutian." Tyrant Hung Mei's words no doubt shocked the 9 brothers present. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic path Gu master. Not only was he skilled in metal path, he was also an earth path Gu master. He had extreme metal and earth. He had been famous for a long time. Li Xian's cultivation was also not weak. He was not a native of southern border. He had wandered here from Eastern Sea. He was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path. He was most proficient in profiteering, buying low and selling high. He had a wide network. Many demonic path Gu masters who committed crimes went to him to sell their goods. As for Mo Wutian, he was even scarier. He had inherited the mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal. He was the number 1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute genius. Be it Lin Sanqi Li Xian or Mo Wutian, they were all rank 4 Gu masters. These important people all have an affair with that demoness. The tyrant members heard the boss words, and their faces turned pale, their hearts trembling in fear. I will tell you one more time. This is not Nanshan. Sai, I told you to use your brains and remember more, but you didn't listen to me. Sai, this 3 kings' inheritance is not a small matter. I wonder how many more powerful people will appear. Tyrant Hung Mei sighed. The other brothers looked at each other. They were speechless. Tyrant Hung Mei saw that it was about time and changed the topic, but you don't need to worry too much. Right now, on Sancha Mountain, 4 rank 5 Gu masters are keeping each other in check. No one dares to act rashly. We, the 10 tyrants of Nanshan, are not to be trifled with. We cannot suffer this loss for nothing. Let's go. Follow me to meet the black and white demons. Boss, you are going to meet the black and white demons personally? Some members expressed shock. Boss, you are a rank 4 middle stage, an old senior of the demonic path. When you roamed the world, those 2 were still drinking milk. That's right. Boss, let's call them over. You are giving them too much face by going to meet them personally. And what do you know? Tyrant Hung may immediately be raided. These black and white demons are so young. They didn't do anything to you this time. It means they know of my reputation and know their limits. But they are youngsters. They care about their reputation. I've given them enough face by personally paying them a visit. Then I will propose an alliance to deal with who may err. They will definitely agree. He. Boss, I understand. You are using them as cannon fodder. Boss, you are really wise and mighty. These black and white demons are only over 20 years old. They are too young. Now that they are enemies with who may err, they will definitely be overjoyed to hear your suggestion. Once Boss takes action, you are truly extraordinary. The 10 tyrants' members flattered. Ha. Tyrant Hung Mei raised his head and laughed, waving his hand. Brothers, follow me to visit the black and white demons. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing raised their heads and looked at Sancha Mountain Peak. This Sancha Mountain had a peculiar shape. From the foot of the mountain, it was divided into 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge fork pointing towards the sky. Above the 3 peaks was the entrance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, 3 pillars of light would appear at the peak of the mountain, allowing people to enter. When the number of people reached a certain amount, the light pillar would disappear, and the entrance would close. After that, there would be Gu masters who failed to pass the trial and would be sent out. Of course, every time, a large number of Gu masters would lose their lives. Chapter 345. Sancha Mountain was originally deserted. It was the border between Che clan and Zhua clan. But ever since the inheritance, it became very lively, with people moving about in the forest from time to time. Small conflicts often occurred, but Sancha Mountain was currently in a peaceful period. Every time the light pillar opened, the number of people who could enter was limited. At that time, Sancha Mountain would definitely erupt into a storm of carnage. To fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, Gu masters all chose to station themselves on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu master, the closer they would be to the mountain peak. This was called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. When the inheritance appears, forcefully rushing in would be fast and convenient. The cave Fang Yuan chose was halfway up the mountain, looking at the cave entrance. It was obvious someone was living there. Sure enough, once he got close to the cave, a loud and clear voice came from inside. "This is my Mangquang's territory. Quickly leave, otherwise you will die a horrible death." Ha, Mangquang? What is this? This place is not bad. I like it. Scram. Fang Yuan stood at the cave entrance and laughed loudly, giving his ultimatum. damn it. You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Following this voice, a strong man walked out of the cave. His upper body was naked, and he was wearing ragged pants made of coarse hemp. His body was covered with green snake scales, and his face was covered with a big beard. His eyes were bloodshot, and his black hair was messy. His beard was blowing, and his eyes were glaring. He walked out of the cave with a fierce expression. You too are blind. Ugh. Mang Kuang cursed at Fong and Bai, but suddenly his pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You too, are you the black and white twin demons? What do you think? Bai Ningbing smiled faintly, her blue eyes flickering with killing intent. Mang Kuang only felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading to his whole body. The black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu masters, while he was only rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, Mang Kuang had recently been hearing how these two killed without batting an eye, and how ruthless their methods were. Damn it! Mang Kuang, was hiding in this cave. Who did I offend? This is truly a calamity falling from the sky. Mang Kuang's heart trembled. The expression on his originally fierce face suddenly changed. His raised eyebrows drooped down, and his widened eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of his mouth that had curved down immediately curled up. He tried his best to smile and express his goodwill. For the two sirs to take a liking to my cave abode, this is the good fortune that I have cultivated in my previous life. Mang Kuang bent over and rubbed his hands together, giving a flattering smile to Fong and Bai. His body was tall and sturdy, but his head was hunched, and his originally arrogant and overbearing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Coupled with his rough appearance, he simply looked like a clown. Oh, you're quite sensible. You can scram now. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, Yes. Python Kuang felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran off into the distance. Fang Yuan chased the python away and walked into the cave with Bai Ningbing. This cave had already been set up very well by Mang Kuang, so there was no need to spend any more effort to set it up. Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. For the next 8 days, we will take turns to keep watch. When one person sleeps, the other person must be awake. Fang Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. Of course. Bai Ningbing nodded. Hu Mei Air will not let this go. In these 8 days, we will have endless troubles. But it's also good that these people came to us to establish our might, which is exactly what we want. As Fang Yuan spoke, a voice came from outside the cave. Is the black and white twin demons here? I am Tyrant Hung. May, I have long heard of your great names. I have specially come to pay a visit. Tyrant Hung, May, isn't this the boss of the 10 tyrants? I heard that this person is cruel, cultivates the strength path, likes to eat children's meat, and does evil in Nanshan. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. This Tyrant Hung, Mei, he had originally planned to find trouble with him. To think that he actually came to him. The two walked out of the cave entrance and saw 8 people standing outside. The one at the front had a majestic body, his chest was bare, and his chest was covered with black chest hair. His whole body emitted a dense aura of rank 4 middle stage. But at this moment, this demonic character who was famous for his cruelty was smiling. Seeing Fang and Bai, he immediately cupped his fists, and at first glance, he looked like a graceful black bear. To think that black and white twin demons, these 2 youngsters have such a huge background. Tyrant Hung Mei purposely spoke in a loud voice, attracting the attention of many Gu masters. Even Tyrant Hung Mei came to pay a visit to them. Many people were surprised. Fortunately, I ran out. When has Tyrant Hung Mei been so polite? Mang Kuang had not run far, and was holding his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Tyrant Hung, Mei, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Fang Yuan replied. Tyrant Hung, Mei's smile deepened, thinking that Fang Yuan was going to pay him a visit. But who would have thought that Fang Yuan's next sentence would make his smile freeze? Fang Yuan said, I heard you are also a strength path Gu master. Let's have a life and death battle to see who is stronger. Fang Zheng, walk the strength path, and I will become number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worm and charged towards Tyrant Hung Mei. What? Tyrant Hung Mei reacted, shocked and furious. He had tried to befriend him, but to think that this Fang Zheng did not appreciate it, and charged towards him without saying a word. What kind of person is this? Is he still human? Is there something wrong with his brain? Fang Yuan did not care about what he was thinking. He moved quickly and rushed towards Tyrant Hung Mei. Allah effort Gu. He did not say a word, and directly charged over. Howl. The shadow of a brown bear instantly appeared in the air behind him. Violence Gu. Tyrant Hung Mei opened his eyes wide in anger. He did not dodge, and raised his arms. Once Violence Gu was activated, his body expanded, and his strength rose sharply. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely collided with Tyrant Hung Mei, and the latter retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan was repelled by the huge force. Tyrant Hung Mei was rank 4 middle stage, leading the other 9 people. He had dominated the southern mountain for many years and had a deep foundation. Humph, little beast king, I gave you face, but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Hung Mei shouted, but did not pursue. He was rank 4 middle stage, and after fighting with Fang Yuan, he knew that he was weaker than him, only rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only a rank 4 Fang Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing standing there. Tyrant Hung Mei thought he was confident in defeating Fang Zheng, but it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. Tyrant Hung Mei, why are you so wishy-washy? Bai Ningbing, deal with the others. Leave Tyrant Hung Mei to me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, shrugging his arms, and took large strides towards Tyrant Hung Mei. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't deal with him, I'll do it. Bai Ningbing slightly raised his eyebrows, his blue eyes flickering with brilliance. 2 juniors who boast shamelessly. Hearing Fang and Bai's words, Tyrant Hung Mei felt his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had a bad temper to begin with, and being able to endure it earlier was already an extraordinary display. Now that he knew this matter would not end peacefully, he threw everything aside, and killing intent surged in his heart. Fight! Both sides collided. Fang Yuan faced Tyrant Hung Mei, while Bai Ningbing suppressed the other members. What a chaotic battle! Mountain rocks cracked, mountain streams stopped flowing, caves caved in, and thunderous explosions resounded. The more Tyrant Hung Mei fought, the more apprehensive he became. Fang Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu. The more injured he was, the greater his strength and battle strength. He had just fought with Fang Yuan and felt that the so-called Little Beast King was only SOSO. But halfway through the battle, his expression turned grave. When Fang Yuan was able to use 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Hung Mei's face turned pale. This Little Beast King, how can he be so strong? Not only are his Gu worms more outstanding than mine, his battle experience is also so rich. How did this person live? His methods are so experienced and ruthless, there is not even a shadow of a youngster. He is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he is so overbearing. With such strength, I can also be so unbridled. I am done for this time. I must retreat. Fang Yuan fought head-on. His attacks were swift and fierce, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains or a flood dragon overturning the sea. Tyrant Hung, Mei's qi, and blood were in a mess, and he was gasping for breath. Most importantly, every time he injured Fang Yuan, he would become stronger at the same time. Now that he was fighting with Fang Yuan, he was almost unable to hold on any longer. If Fang Yuan became even stronger, that would be terrible. Every time Tyrant Hung Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit would decrease by a bit. As time went on, he did not dare to make a move. He clearly had the chance to injure Fang Yuan, but he would hesitate. Should I make a move or not? How could he fight well with such thoughts? Tyrant Hung Mei gradually felt his hands and feet bound, but Fang Yuan completely let go. His attacks were like waves crashing on the table, wave after wave, without end. Beast phantoms flashed in the air. Every time they collided, there would be a violent explosion. The continuous explosions caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. What kind of fierce attacks are these? Even an older generation expert like Tyrant Hung Mei is not Fang Zheng's match. Fang Zheng is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is able to suppress the middle stage Tyrant Hung Mei. Little Beast King. Many people who were watching the battle in the dark started to ruminate over Fang Yuan's title. Who is the tyrant here? Mang Kuang could not help but grit his teeth. He felt that Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable than Tyrant Hung Mei. Tyrant Hung Mei, who was usually ferocious, now paled in comparison to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, don't go too far. Tyrant Hung Mei was beaten by Fang Yuan until he vomited blood. His chest, arms, and legs were all fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his intentions. After Bai Ningbing killed the rest of the tyrant members, she firmly restrained him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed. The 6 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and descended from the sky, drowning Tyrant Hung Mei. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Tyrant Hung Mei's entire body was beaten into mincemeat. His internal organs and bones were scattered on the ground. His countless gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 346. Tian Ti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also known as the Land of Inheritance, the Mountain of Sages. It was over 1 million feet tall. The mountain was majestic and had an extremely grand aura. The mountain peak pierced through the sky, hidden in the snowy clouds. Strangely, there weren't many jagged rocks on this mountain. Huge square rocks were lying horizontally, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top, forming a flight of stairs. But the scale of this flight of stairs was so huge that there was an ancient legend in Central Continent that this mountain could reach the immortal realm and was the bridge between heaven and earth. There were many moving, mysterious, tragic, or joyous stories surrounding Tian Ti Mountain in history. Tian Ti Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of Central Continent Gu masters. It was the place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu masters sought immortality in their entire lives, but failed. Before they died, they placed their graves here. Most of them had also set up their legacies here. There were countless inheritances hidden on Tian Ti Mountain, but only fated people could obtain them. Every year, after the clouds covering Tian Ti Mountain dissipated, a huge number of people would come to Tian Ti Mountain. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be placed here. But this year was different from the past. This year, on Tian Ti Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, attracting Gu Immortals. After discussing, they teamed up and surrounded this mountain, arranging for their sex juniors to compete. Right now, at the foot of Tian Ti Mountain, an intense battle between youngsters was coming to an end. Tens of thousands of cranes flew together, coiling around Fangzhem. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxiang was panting, his clothes were tattered, he was heavily surrounded, his gaze fixed on Fang Zheng. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card. I still have a trump card. Wei Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, he might have already admitted defeat. But at this scene, who knew how many elite Gu masters were watching attentively, Wei Wuxiang was not only representing himself, but also the heavens' envy manner behind him. At the same time, forget about the others, Fairy by Xia, whom he admired, was also watching. I can't lose. With such a thought, Wei Wuxiang activated a Gu worm in his aperture. He had been hiding this Gu all along. He did not use it even in the sect's important tests. Once this Gu was activated, it produced a colorless breeze that blew gently. A gentle breeze circled around his body, causing his clothes to flutter and the ends of his hair to flutter. But Fang Zheng felt like he was facing a great enemy, because Master Tenchiru was already warning him, not good. This kid actually has a wound wind Gu. Defend with all your strength. This Gu's wind seemed gentle and harmless, but it was actually extremely powerful. This Gu Master, this is his trump card. This Gu Master, this is his trump card. As the cold wind blew, Fang Zheng completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Gu Tenchiru, Gu of Gu of the Wind. 1-on-1 in Gu. Phone, Gu 1 Gu. The cold wind blew on Fang Zheng's body, causing the protective light around his body to sway continuously. Cold sweat dripped down Fang Zheng's forehead. He gritted his teeth and instilled primeval essence into his defensive Gu worms. The two were in a deadlock for a while. Finally, Wei Wuxiang sighed helplessly and stopped using the wound wind Gu. It was not that he did not want to fight, but his aperture was close to drying up. Gu masters all had one similarity. When their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Rank 1 to rank 5 Gu masters were restricted by their primeval essence. Only by transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of immortals, becoming a Gu immortal, would they have an endless amount of primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze dimmed. He had calculated clearly right now his primeval essence was exhausted and he did not have any battle strength left. But Fang Zheng had been commanding the flying cranes. His primeval essence consumption was low. He definitely had a lot left. Brother Wei is indeed an elite disciple of Heaven's Envy Manor. Your methods are so unique and sharp, it has broadened my horizons and broadened my knowledge. My primeval essence has also been exhausted by you. Shall we consider this sparring a draw? Said Fang Zheng with a smile. What? Wei Wuxiang was shocked. What was Fang Zheng saying? He was the clearest about his own situation. How could there be a Gu worm that consumed Fang Zheng's primeval essence? But Wei Wuxiang soon realized that Fang Zheng was lying. Fang Zheng is giving me a way out of this embarrassing situation. After understanding Fang Zheng's intention, Wei Wuxiang showed a complex expression. Disciples of large sects usually could not fight casually because they not only represented themselves, but also the sect behind them. And with Fairy by Xia present, Wei Wuxiang could not afford to lose this battle. Since Fang Zheng raised the price, Wei Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and saying to Fang Zheng, Brother Fang is young and heroic. I really admire you. Crane Gate's foundation is truly deep to be able to teach someone like you. I have benefited greatly from this spar. Let's call it a draw like Brother Fang said. Wei Wuxiang said this on the surface, but in fact, he was secretly transmitting to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, Wei Wuxiang, will remember your leniency this time. I will definitely repay you in the future. But Fairy by Xia is my sweetheart. I will not give in this aspect. I will work hard to accumulate my strength and spar with you in the future. Fang Zheng smiled faintly and nodded on the surface, but he was having a headache inwardly. Wei Wuxiang secretly said, Fang Zheng, be careful. There are many people pursuing Fairy by Xia. I am not the only one. Even with your great battle prowess, there are still 4 great competitors. They are Celestial River Chen Dejiang, Purple Lightning Soaring Gu Ting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wind Tang Rookie, and the Tigress Zhao Shuyi. You and Fairy by Xia are so close, they will definitely find trouble with you. You better not lose. Fang Zheng's gaze couldn't help but flicker when he heard these 4 great names, feeling his head hurt even more. Meanwhile, Master Tenchiru laughed loudly in his heart. As expected, it was as Wei Wuxiang said. 3 days later, the people of Ancient Soul Sect came to Heaven Ladder Mountain. Their leader, Gu Ting, immediately came to challenge Fairy by Xia and Fang Zheng after learning of the matter. In order to avoid this unexpected calamity, Fang Zheng chose to avoid the battle. Gu Ting naturally wasn't willing to let the matter go. Every day, he would come to the cave that Fang Zheng was temporarily living in and challenge him. This happened every day for 7 days in a row. Gu Ting's words became more and more unpleasant. The other disciples of Crane Gate were indignant and came to challenge him, but were defeated by him one by one. Ancient Soul Sect's morale was greatly boosted. On the 8th day, they directly led the crowd to block Fang Zheng's cave entrance, constantly shouting and cursing. Fang Zheng, you coward, why haven't you come out yet? Fang Zheng, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Obediently give up on interacting with Fairy by Xia, and Big Brother Gu Ting will be merciful and let you go. Crane Gate is only SOSO to actually raise such a cowardly disciple like you. Once Crane Gate was involved, Fang Zheng, who was in the cave, immediately let out a sigh and could only helplessly walk out of the cave. He could endure other people cursing him, but once it involved the sect, the nature changed. As a disciple, he had to protect the sect. This was the value of Central Continent. If he did not protect it, when he returned to Feihe Mountain, he would be impeached and punished. Master Tenchiru made a loud noise in his heart. Gagaga, Fang Zheng, my disciple, do you understand now? My advice to you before was not wrong, was it? Blindly enduring will cause others to misunderstand that you are easy to bully. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, it will only attract more people who want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Gu Ting. Make all the people of Ancient Soul Sect shut up. Your reputation will soar by a large margin. Sigh, in Jianghu, one has no choice. I finally feel it. I can only fight. After experiencing this matter, Fang Zheng also had a clear understanding in his heart. Gu Ting, come, let us have a good fight. While Fang Zheng and Gu Ting were fighting far away on Sancha Mountain in the southern border, a battle that everyone was paying attention to had already ended. The battlefield was a mess, blood sprayed all over the ground. Rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and holes were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the battlefield, while his opponent this time, Fei Li, was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Fang Zheng, please be magnanimous and let me off. Fei Li kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, begging pitifully. He had rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and was also a strength path Gu master. He was originally in high spirits, but now he was bathed in blood. His right arm was torn off by Fang Yuan, and both his legs were broken. He was in an extremely miserable state. Since you want to beg for mercy, then hand over your expend strength Gu first. I will consider whether to agree or not. Fang Yuan looked down at Fei Li, his eyes shining with cold light. Fei Li hesitated for a moment, but could only hand over expend strength Gu. This goo was his vital goo, his core goo. It could make the enemy's every move waste more strength and increase the expenditure of strength. The expend strength goo was handed over to Fang Yuan, losing his vital goo and causing Fei Li to suffer heavy injuries, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan received the expend strength goo, his gaze flashing. I have considered it. Expend strength goo is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide. Ignoring his heavy injuries, he shouted, Lord Fangjing, this is my most precious goo worm. Bam! Fang Yuan willed, and the beast phantom pounced down, turning Fei Li into a pile of bloody meat paste. Pauper! Fang Yuan looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet and sneered in disdain. Next, he shifted his gaze and looked around the battlefield. There were many spectators, but seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, they all subconsciously avoided it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What? Sky Tiger Shui? Sensei did not come? Go tell him we are all Strength Path Goo Masters. 3 days later, I will pay him a visit and spar with him. Once he said this, many people went into an uproar. Little Beast King was too ferocious. He killed Tyrant Hung Mei a few days ago, and now he made Fei Li kneel and beg for mercy, but he still did not let him off, turning him into meat paste. Next, he still had to challenge Sky Tiger Shui Sensei. Chapter 347. What Little Beast King wants to challenge me? Hearing this news, Shui Sensei was in disbelief. She thought to herself that she had no relationship with the black and white twin demons. She had not offended him and had not even met him. How could he find trouble with her? For no reason. But soon, Shui Sensei investigated and found that this news was true. How can this be? What is this Little Beast King's brain filled with? 3 Kings' Inheritance is opening in a few days. He actually has the mood to challenge me. What did I do to provoke you? Why are you finding trouble with me? Shui Sensei felt helpless and angry. Don't tell me that just because we both cultivate in the way of strength, we have to decide who is better. Sigh, this lunatic. Shui Sensei thought about it and finally defined Fang Yuan as a lunatic who could not be judged with common sense. Shui Sensei had heard of the name of the black and white twin demons a few months ago. As time passed, the reputation of these twin demons became more and more famous. They were publicly recognized as the recent rising stars of the demonic path. At first, Shui Sensei did not care too much. After Fang Yuan and Hu Mei-er had a conflict, she had even rejoiced in his misfortune. But now, she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white twin demons came to San Cha Mountain, not only did they not restrain themselves, they even made a bigger commotion, especially Little Beast King's unbridled viciousness, causing people to feel apprehensive. Tyrant Hung Mei of the 10 tyrants had visited him out of goodwill, but was killed in the end. Fei Li had already begged for mercy, but Fang Yuan did not let him go and smashed him into minced meat. One had to know these 2 rank 4 Goo Masters were middle-stage Goo Masters. Little Beast King, however, could kill the 2 with his initial stage cultivation. This kind of battle prowess really caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Shui Sensei also had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She believed that her strength was not much different from Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li. Now that Fang Yuan wanted to challenge her, her heart was heavy, and she was very apprehensive. There was even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fangjing is too fierce and unreasonable. He wants to step on the bodies of us seniors to build his reputation. Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li were both victims of his ambition, and now it's my turn. Shui Sensei had also done such a frivolous thing when she was young, but at that time she only killed those rank 3 Goo Masters. He was far from being as fierce as Fang Yuan, picking Goo Masters with higher cultivation levels to spar with. To be honest, Shui Sensi didn't want to fight with a lunatic like Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation to refine Gu. Recently, Fang Yuan challenged her in public. She had to accept this challenge. In Jianghu, one had no choice. If she, Shui Sensi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Shui Sensi had been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. This was a world where survival was extremely difficult. In order to fight for that slim chance of survival, all living beings would kill each other. The kinder you appeared, the weaker you were. You would not obtain peace, but would instead land yourself in more danger, attracting more wolves. A demonic Gu master who could reach Shui Sensi's position would definitely have killed many people and offended many more. The world was like this. If you didn't kill so many people and offend so many people, how could you accumulate enough resources to build up strength? How could you have battle achievements to build up your reputation, to protect your reputation? Shui Sensi quickly responded to Fang Yuan's challenge. Both sides agreed to battle, and the location was chosen in a wide valley. 3 days later, Shui Sensi saw Fang Yuan for the first time. She was a little surprised. Fang Yuan was not as fierce as she had imagined, and instead looked rather delicate. There was no trace of arrogance, and his eyes were deep like a pool, appearing very calm. Flying Tiger, I have heard of you long ago. You offended the clan's higher-ups and were exiled, but you worked hard in secret. You took the risk to kill beast kings and used the goo worms you seized to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert step by step. Then you killed your way back and killed those elders who framed you. To be honest, I admire you a little. Fang Yuan spoke. These words were said very politely, but those who heard them were very surprised. Why did Fang Zheng change his personality this time? Why is he speaking so gently? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Flying Tiger? But then again, although this Flying Tiger looks ordinary, she has a great figure and is indeed a beauty. Humph, is Little Beast King such a person? He didn't even bother with who may err. This person is vicious and cold-blooded, very scary. These days, I have seen through him. Don't place any hope on him. While everyone was discussing, Shui Sensi also responded to Fang Yuan. Well said, Little Beast King. I have heard of your reputation as the black and white demons. Fang Yuan smiled. I cultivate Strength Path. You are also a Strength Path Gu Master. We can spar more and benefit each other. Earlier, I had sparred with Tyrant Hung, Mei, and Fei Li. These two were very good and benefited me greatly. But I am also a little tired of this kind of sparring. Why don't we change the way we spar this time? Shui Sensi heard this and raised her brows. Oh, what good idea do you have? Let me hear it. Very simple. I will stand still and let you spar. After you finish, I will spar. This is much better. It will be straightforward and end quickly. How about this? Seeing that you are a woman, I will let you spar 3 times. After the 3 times, I will only spar once. Fang Yuan smiled. Spar like this. Shui Sensi's eyes brightened, attracted by the content of Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not move and allowed her to spar 3 times. This suggestion was too tempting. All right, then let's spar like this. Shui Sensi thought for a while and agreed. Please. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, standing still as he extended his right palm. Shui Sensi's eyes flashed with killing intent as she shouted, First move! Several goo worms in her aperture were activated at the same time. Her delicate hands suddenly glowed brightly and turned into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws pierced through the air and struck Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a huge rock far away. Bam! With a loud sound, the huge rock shattered and the fragments flew everywhere. Good fight. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, standing up. His chest had caved in, at least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came. Fang Yuan endured it. His nerves were severely tested. Shui Sanxi's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fang Zheng is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fang Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her goo worm. Her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead, there was also a Wong pattern. Her strength had increased by more than 2-fold. When she arrived in front of Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body. Shui Sanxi's original strength had more than doubled. Now, she unleashed a Biao's strength. Under this enormous strength, Fang Yuan was like a meteor sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom! The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fang Yuan below. Such strength! Is Fang Zheng dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fang Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled. His iron bones were broken, the steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated self-reliance goo. Its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing flesh bone goo. Third move. Shui Sanxi was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Shui Sanxi's body flew into the sky. Shui Sanxi flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet before she dove down. She had calculated carefully. This height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Shui Sanxi charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again, but this time, Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. You will definitely die with this move. Shui Sanxi roared. Her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked up at Shui, Sensi, and activated Golden Shield Gu. Chapter 348. In Shui Sensi's vision, the Verdant Valley was rapidly enlarging. The sound of the fierce wind whistled in her ears. On Shui Sensi's unrecognizable face, a pair of tiger eyes stared intently at Fang Yuan on the ground, the corner of his mouth revealing a bloodthirsty smile. She could clearly see the scene of the little beast king being smashed into minced meat under her unprecedentedly fierce attack. He definitely won't be able to withstand such an impact. When she saw Fang Yuan activating the Golden Shield Gu and raising a bright golden defensive barrier, she could not help but sneer inwardly. What a joke! Rank 3 Golden Shield Gu? Humph! Even if it is a rank 4 Golden Bell Shield, it will not be able to block my attack. The battle between rank 4 Gu Masters was very intense. It was not something that rank 3 Gu Worms could defend against. This time, I will teach you the consequences of being young and arrogant. Shui Sensi's killing intent was overflowing. It's over. Fangjing is finished this time. Feeling Shui Sensi's fierce attack, many people outside the valley shouted. Very good. Little Beast King is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Many righteous Gu Masters were also rejoicing in his misfortune. It seems Little Beast King still wants to rely on Golden Shield Gu to resist. How naive. No, maybe he'll use his Beast Power Phantom. The power of the 8 Great Beast Phantoms' joint attack was not to be underestimated. However, if Rugua were to make a move like this, he might not be able to fulfill the sparring agreement that they had just made. As long as he makes a move and breaks this agreement, it means that he has lost this competition. Many of the people present, whether they were from the righteous path or not, even the demonic Gu Masters, hoped that Fang Yuan would lose this round. These days, Fang Yuan was very active. It brought them a huge psychological pressure. No, there's still one more factor on the field. That's Bai Ningbing. So. A few figures suddenly landed at the entrance of the valley, faintly surrounding Bai Ningbing. These people had a tacit understanding and took measures together. If Bai Ningbing were to save Fang Yuan, they would stop her. This was what made the black and white double ghosts so terrifying. It was because these 2 rank 4 Gu Masters were extremely close partners. Now that Bai Ningbing was restrained, the Little Beast King would be in danger. Once the Little Beast King falls, Bai Ningbing will be left alone. Thus, it was not as scary as before. Looking at Shui Sensi in the sky, Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Shui Sensi had yet to collide with his body, but the formless wind pressure she created was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. She engulfed him in an overwhelming manner. Displayed from the other side, the impending impact was enormous and violent. Biao's shadow shrouded Shui Sensi, and the wings on her back kept flapping. Her speed was getting faster, and she was getting closer to the ground. Just as the collision was about to hit him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he activated the Gu Worms in his aperture. Horizontal Charge Gu. He swerved to the left and dashed out. Then he turned sideways. Vertical Crash Gu. Another 100 steps later. Little Beast King, you... Shui! Sensi saw Fang Yuan suddenly ran away. He was instantly enraged, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were about to split open. She tried her best to adjust herself, but her speed was too fast. Even after using all her strength to accelerate, she could only let Fang Yuan run out of the attack range of the Ziji. Seeing Fang Yuan's sudden retreat, the spectators had yet to react when a huge explosion resounded like thunder from a clear sky. Bam! Shwa! Sensi fiercely crashed into the ground. In an instant, the spectators at the side of the valley could feel the rocks under their feet shaking. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and the impact created a violent wind pressure that spread to the surroundings. Wherever it went, rocks were swept away, and trees and flowers were uprooted. Smoke and dust billowed, and in an instant, the huge destructive power formed a circular pit with a diameter of more than 3 feet. Everyone was in shock, sighing at the huge impact force, when Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and charged into the dust and smoke. Horizontal charge gu, vertical crash gu. He used both gu, ignoring the biting cold wind pressure and the pain from the broken rocks, and quickly approached flying tiger Shwe Sensi. Shwe Sensi's whole body fell into the deepest part of the huge crater, and the huge impact force caused her whole body to be covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Her ears were buzzing, and her head was dizzy. Biao's fierce phantom had already dissipated. The incomparably powerful aura that burst out earlier was no longer there. Bitter strength gu, all-out effort gu. Fang Yuan arrived, his eyes shining with an ominous light. Howl, 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 8 beast roars resounded at the same time. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head. Strength Chi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence was injected into strength Chi Gu, and a formless and enormous strength was produced. The 8 beast phantoms attached to this strength Chi Gu and turned from phantom to solid, suddenly becoming vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan willed, and the 8 beast phantoms pounced into the deep crater together. Shwa Sensi's body swayed, and just as she was about to pull her legs out of the ground, she suddenly heard beast roars above her head. She hurriedly raised her head to take a look, only to feel her vision darken. Countless attacks rained down on her body like a torrential storm. Bam, bam, bam. At the bottom of the huge crater, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. Shwe Sensi struggled with all her might, resisting with all her might. She was after all a rank 4 Gu Master, and had a deep foundation. But after half a cup of tea's time, the sounds of fighting stopped. Of the 8 beast phantoms, only 5 were left, and were immediately taken back by Fang Yuan. And Shwe Sensi, as the loser, had a miserable ending. The whole bottom of the crater was filled with her dismembered corpse, and blood was scattered all over the ground, mixed with white bone fragments, brain matter, hair, and so on. As the dust settled, the whole battlefield became clear. Seeing this result, the spectators burst into an uproar. Flying Tiger is dead. Another rank 4 Gu Master was killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Shwe Sensi? He said not to move, but in the end, he actually left. This battle, it should be Little Beast King's failure, because he violated the rules of the arranged battle. The valley was filled with clamor, and everyone was discussing with astonishment. Anger. They expressed intense anger and disdain towards Fang Yuan's shameless actions. Bai Ningbing chuckled coldly as he swept his gaze across the room. She had already expected such an outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap dug by Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? And she, Bai Ningbing, was the clearest person in this world. The Gu Masters who had surrounded Bai Ningbing. Then, they all retreated at the same time. Fang Yuan listened to the countless Gu Masters around the valley reprimanding and disdainful towards him. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm as he squinted his eyes. There seemed to be a sense of enjoyment in it. From his point of view, the so-called integrity. It was only because he was afraid of being cheated, so he hoped and demanded other people's standards. Walking the demonic path, one had to be fearless and have no taboos. So what if he broke the agreement? So what if he didn't keep his promise? As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. So what if others disdain and ridicule him? These powerless words could only show the helplessness of the weak. Could they touch even a hair on him? He. As for this Shui Sensi, she was really stupid. She was actually restrained by her reputation. She came to fight with him. Fang Yuan felt disdain towards this in his heart. Reputation is something to be used. It is only a tool. But in this world, there are many people who treat reputation as something more important than their lives. What a joke! Of course, I also played some tricks in this battle. Shui Sensi was different from Tyrant Hung, Mei, and Fei Li. She had a flying gu, and as long as she sensed something was amiss, she could fly into the sky, and Fang Yuan could do nothing to her. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan proposed the duel. His goal was to restrict Shui Sensi's movement ability, the so-called 3 strikes. When Fang Yuan proposed it, he had never thought of complying with it. Shui Sen fell into Fang Yuan's trap step by step. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries tempted her to continue moving forward. After the second strike, Fang Yuan purposely healed his injuries in front of her. Shui Sensi didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. She was anxious and didn't think too much about it. She flew into the sky and chose her strongest attack. But in the end, Fang Yuan instead borrowed her strength and deftly counterattacked, killing her. If it was a fair and square battle, Shui Sensi could fly, and would not be killed by Fang Yuan so easily. Little Beast King, you are really despicable and shameless. You broke the agreement. You are the loser of this battle. Among the spectators, many people were shouting and shouting, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat. So what? Fang Yuan sneered and replied loudly. His voice echoed in the valley. The originally noisy shouts suddenly quieted down. That's right. So what if he lost? Look at that Ing family. She had turned into a pool of blood and flesh. Even her parents would not be able to recognize their daughter. What was the meaning of this kind of victory or defeat? After realizing this point, the voices in the valley suddenly increased by an octave, becoming even more violent than before. Fang Yuan calmly admitted defeat, showing his shamelessness, thus arousing the indignation and anger in everyone's hearts. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. You guys are so crazy. Are you trying to take revenge for Shui Sensi? I didn't expect her to be so popular. Come. All those who want to take revenge, come down. I will take you all. The noise in the valley suddenly became softer, and soon it became completely silent. Although Fang Yuan used some tricks to kill Shui Sensi, but Shui Sensi was a famous rank 4 middle stage expert. She would be exhausted if she did not use 3 strikes. She was also beaten into meat paste by Fang Yuan, displaying Fang Yuan's formidable battle strength once again. Fang Yuan used his rank 4 initial stage cultivation to defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row. With such strength, other than a limited number of people who would not be fearful. Moreover, the more heavily injured Fang Yuan was, the stronger his battle strength was. Fang Yuan challenged them arrogantly, but no one stood up. Demonic path people were wary and suspicious of each other. Almost all of them were lone rangers. No one stood up for Shui Sensi. But among the righteous path people, there were some who wanted to get rid of the demon Fang Yuan, but it was not good to do so now. For what? Because if they stood up, people would say that they were taking revenge for Shui Sensi. Shui Sensi was a demonic path person. Is there anyone who wants to take revenge for her? Is there anyone? Fang Yuan shouted a few more times. Countless spectators had gloomy expressions. Some looked at each other, but no one answered. If there is no one, then I am leaving. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, taking a few steps forward before stopping. I am really leaving. Still, no one spoke. Fang Yuan's domineering aura suppressed everyone present. His attitude was too arrogant, causing many rank 4 experts to feel indignant. Many people were tempted, but they endured in the end. Chapter 349. Brotherly, just do it. Hu Mei sat in Li Xian's embrace, acting coquettishly. Li Xian had a round nose and big eyes. His forehead was wide, and his face was emitting a layer of greasy light. He was short and fat, and right now, one of his thick and short hands was holding Hu Mei's soft waist, while the other was on her leg. Li Xian's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but he rarely fought. He made a living by doing business and was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, with a wide network. Right now, he was hugging Hu Mei, smiling. Mei, your body seems to have no bones. Your skin is as delicate as jade. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become even more beautiful. Hu Mei rolled her eyes, saying in annoyance, Brotherly, I am talking about serious matters. That black and white twin demons offended me. I am already yours. You have to uphold justice for me. Yes, yes, yes. Li Xian said perfunctorily, while his 10 fingers moved, roaming around Hu Mei's body. Hu Mei let out 2 soft gasps, her face blushing red, together with her big, watery eyes. It was extremely alluring, but her heart was clear as ice. She tried to persuade a few more times, but Li Xian only grunted and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Hu Mei pushed Li Xian away, standing on the ground with an aggrieved expression. Brotherly, you have to give me a definite answer. I am begging you like this. Don't you have pity on me? Io, my sweetheart, my little treasure. It is not that Brotherly doesn't want to do it, but that black and white twin demons are too troublesome. They are 2 middle-rank Gu masters, while I, Brotherly, am alone. Li Xian spread his arms, showing a helpless expression. Hu Mei snorted. All right, then I will lower my standards, and only ask to deal with that little beast king. This Fangzeng is the most hateful. That by Ningbing. Brotherly can ignore him, for now. Is that so? Li Xian hesitated. Brotherly? Hu Mei saw that there was hope, and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, breathing into his ears. Li Xian immediately felt a ball of lust rising in his lower abdomen. His eyes became blurry. All right, Mei, since you asked for it, then Brotherly will help you vent your anger. But he changed the topic slightly. In a day or 2, the 3 kings' inheritance will reopen. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. After the 3 kings' inheritance, Brotherly will come and teach that little beast king a lesson. What do you think? The 3 kings' inheritance was about to open. Everyone was watching. Hu Mei curled her lips. She did not say much to Li Xian's evasions. After the 2 of them were intimate for a while, Hu Mei bade farewell. Li Xian tried his best to persuade him to stay. However, Hu Mei's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Xian could only send her out of the cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave and stared at Hu Mei's back as she gradually disappeared into the forest. Humph, this little demoness. Li Xian returned to his cave residence, and the lecherous expression on his face disappeared. A cautious and gloomy look appeared on his face. You want to sow discord and use me as a spear to deal with Little Beast King? This little demoness really thinks she is great success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous. Li Xian's smile was very cold. I naturally have a way to deal with black and white demons. But when have I, Li Xian, done any unprofitable business? He. This little beast King Fangzheng is not simple. He looks boorish and rude, but his thoughts are meticulous. Before the 3 kings' inheritance opens, he challenged 3 demonic Gu masters. This is definitely a plan he had planned for a long time. Gu masters came from all over the world, and gathered at Sancha Mountain. What was the reason? Wasn't it for the three kings' inheritance? Feng Yuan's arrogance did not bring him any trouble. These days, only he was finding trouble with others. Why? This was because everyone was staring at the inheritance of the three kings. They were all secretly preparing and working hard. Who would want to fight with this madman little beast king at this crucial moment and miss such a good opportunity? No one. This little beast king is making use of people's mentality and is fearless, establishing his reputation. 2 days later, the three kings' inheritance will open. Who would want to waste their effort to stop him from entering? Li Xian shook his head, already seeing the future. Ever since Feng Yuan killed Shui, Sensi, even he was afraid of Little Beast King. Previously, when Feng Yuan defeated Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li, Li Xian did not pay attention to it. But after Feng Yuan broke the agreement and killed Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized how troublesome Feng Yuan was. Why? Righteous path selection usually divided talents into 4 classes. First class were those with talent and virtue. Those with talent and moral character were the highest class, able to take charge of an area. Second class were those with virtue but no talent. Although they had no talent, they had moral character. Filial piety meant they would listen to their parents. Loyalty meant they would listen to their leader. Integrity meant they would not break the agreement. Using them would make people feel at ease. At least there would not be any big mistakes. Moreover, many talents were gained through experience. Third class were those with talent, but no virtue. Although they had talent, they did not have moral character. If they had talent, they could be qualified for the position, but the higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid of being betrayed one day. Fourth class were those with no talent and no virtue. No talent and no virtue. If they had no value, they would not feel at ease using them. In the demonic path, what was the most troublesome demonic path person? Fourth class were those with no talent and virtue. You had no talent, but you had to pay attention to virtue and live in ideals. Often, you would destroy yourself before anyone could destroy you. Third class were those with no talent and virtue. Although they had no talent, they did not have moral character either. At least they could do some lowly things to make a living. Second class were those with talent and virtue. With talent, they would be able to make a living. But at the same time, they still had moral character, filial piety, respect, loyalty, and other ropes that bound them. In the demonic path, where everyone was deceiving each other, this kind of person was destined not to prosper. And the first class were those with talent, but no virtue. Feng Yuan was such a person. He had talent. He was simply overflowing with talent. His aptitude was outstanding. Not everyone had an A-grade aptitude. Secondly, he had battle talent and could fight above his rank. Tyrant Hung Mei, Fei Li, and Shui, Sensi all had higher cultivation than him, but they all died tragically in his hands. This was enough to explain everything. Afterwards, he also had the ability to manage. In Shangclan City, he was doing very well. In just a few years, he had built up such a powerful set of goo worms. If such a person with such outstanding talent had moral character, Li Xian would not find it hard to deal with him. But Feng Yuan was a person without moral character. When he faced Hu Mei Er, he left her in the lurch and did not care about her beauty. He was rude and unreasonable, killing people at the slightest provocation. It could be said that he had no regard for life. He killed Tyrant Hung Mei and the other two, turning his opponents into meat paste every time. It could be seen that he had a cruel and ruthless nature. He even lied to Shui, Sensi, and broke the contract in front of everyone, feeling proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. This showed that he acted without any scruples. He had no bottom line. He could easily betray others without a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian deeply understood. For a person like Little Beast King, if he was placed in the righteous path, in a peaceful and stable environment, he would definitely be ostracized, suppressed, banished, and imprisoned by the people around him. But if he was placed in the unstable demonic path with cruel competition, he would be like a ferocious tiger entering a mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. If I had discovered such a person in advance, I would have definitely suppressed and killed him. But now it is too late, too late. Li Xian sighed deeply in his heart. Fang Yuan had already grown up and had a companion helping him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was skilled in doing business and not in fighting. Of course, there were always capable people. On Sancha Mountain, there were also people who could kill Fang Yuan. They were Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, and the other rank 5 Gu masters. But how could Li Xian command such peak-level characters? Moreover, these 4 people were in a subtle state of checks and balances. No one dared to act rashly. They were all staring at the 3 kings' inheritance. How could they put their thoughts elsewhere? Humph, this little demoness has bad intentions. She actually wants to instigate me. Li Xian, how is it possible to become enemies with such a troublesome demonic path character? Not only will I not offend him, I will instead establish a good cooperative relationship with him. Demonic path people prioritize benefits above all else. However, Little Beast King killed Shui, Sensi, and also offended a character. Sky Tiger has a godfather, Century Boy, who is rank 4 upper stage. These days, Century Boy has been in closed cultivation refining goo. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens. At that time, he is likely to find trouble with the black and white twin demons. He. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King, but on the surface, I will watch from the sidelines. I will quietly watch the fight between Century Boy and the black and white twin demons, then observe the result and wait for an opportunity to act. Regardless of the result, Li Xian would not suffer much loss. This was Li Xian, a great and scrupulous merchant of the demonic path. He was most proficient at taking advantage. Swish, swish, swish. Bright, golden primeval essence waves, under Fang Yuan's control, washed the 4 walls of the aperture. Even on Sancha Mountain, he had always been diligently cultivating. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage. It was originally light gold primeval essence, but with 9 eyes liquor worm's refinement, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm, becoming bright gold primeval essence. Bright gold primeval essence was a huge help to him in battle. This was also one of the important reasons why he could consecutively defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts. These days, I have made a name for myself. There are definitely many people who are afraid of me, hate me, and are wary of me. But what does that matter? I am walking the demonic path. This is how it should be. Moreover, this is not Earth. An individual's strength is above an organization. The environment was different. The rules of the game were different. If it was on Earth, even if one walked the demonic path, they would still have to consider their moral character. Because on Earth, the difference in individual strength was not big. Only by gathering the masses could the people of the Devil Dao achieve great ambitions. In another 2 days, it will be the opening of the 3 kings' inheritance. No one will find trouble with me. I should make use of this time to refine charging crash goo. Chapter 350. Back then, when Fang Yuan chose horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo as his movement goo, he had considered the situation when he was a rank 4 goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, they were the 2 main materials to refine charging crash goo. Using these 2 rank 3 goo as the main body, along with the goo master's primeval essence and some supplementary materials, he could refine charging crash goo. The process of refining charging crash goo was not difficult. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, and with his own recipe, the success rate was very high. 2 days later, Fang Yuan succeeded in the refinement and obtained a brand new charging crash goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo's charging distance was only 100 steps. The charging crash goo, however, increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time, the time between activations was reduced to half. However, the expenditure of primeval essence had increased. Of course, this small disadvantage was nothing to Fang Yuan, who had 9 eyes liquor worm and heavenly essence treasure lotus. Looking at it, I already have 6 rank 4 goo in my hands. They are bitter strength goo, charging crash goo, yang goo of yin yang rotation goo, 9 eyes liquor worm, expend strength goo, and blood skull goo. The other all-out effort goo, strength chi goo, golden shield goo, and so on are all rank 3 goo. They are gradually not meeting my requirements. Most of the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands were still rank 3. Fang Yuan was now rank 4 initial stage, and had middle stage bright gold primeval essence. Thus these goo worms were gradually becoming unsuitable. Of course, it did not mean the higher the rank, the better. Take bone flesh unity goo, for example. It was only rank 3, but with such a rank, many goo masters could use it. This highlighted its value even more. But overall, goo worms and goo masters needed to coordinate their ranks, and it was best if they were the same to be able to use them easily. Fang Yuan calculated there were many goo worms he needed to raise. The first was all-out effort goo. The all-out effort goo he had was only rank 3. It could only activate rank 3 beast phantoms. To raise its rank, he needed to obtain undefeated 100 battles goo from the 3 kings' inheritance. Let's put this aside for now. Strength chi goo was also rank 3, but Fang Yuan did not have the relevant recipe. He couldn't advance to the next step. Fang Yuan planned to refine the rank 3 golden shield goo to rank 4 and turn it into golden bell shield goo. The rank 3 Tusita flower used to store it could be upgraded to rank 4 Tusita lantern goo. Self-reliance goo was also rank 3, but he had already reached the peak. There was no related secret formula to improve it further. However, although it was rank 3, as long as Fang Yuan exerted his strength, its healing effect could rival that of a rank 4 healing goo. Similar to self-reliance goo, there was also bone flesh unity goo. The supplementary breath concealment goo was also rank 3. Although he could improve it further, Fang Yuan decided to put it aside. At the moment, he didn't need to conceal himself. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also rank 3. In Fang Yuan's hands, he already had the refinement recipe for the 4th Revolution Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. However, he needed to obtain several spirit springs before he could fuse them. This was a huge project. Fang Yuan could only put it aside for now. Like this, all-out effort goo, golden shield goo, Tusita flower, heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fang Yuan only needed to refine these 4 goo. However, that was not the case. Fang Yuan had once used iron bone goo, steel tendon goo, and copper skin goo to modify his body. These goo were all rank 3 goo. The current defense was barely effective in a battle between rank 4 goo masters. Also, the 8 beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body did not originate from rank 4 strength goo. Thus, these things needed Fang Yuan to upgrade. The 8 beast phantoms on my body are all ordinary wild beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao strength phantoms, skeleton strength phantoms, and so on can I display the strongest battle strength of rank for goo masters. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Biao strength goo in Shui Sensi's aperture, but Shui Sensi was turned into a pile of minced meat by him, and her goo worms were also destroyed. Fang Yuan's fighting style was too ferocious. He would turn his enemies into meat paste at the slightest provocation. Although this was a characteristic of Strength Path Gu masters, this method was too violent, and after a battle, it was hard to preserve any Gu worms. Fang Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 demonic Gu masters in a row, but only obtained 1 expend strength Gu. And this expend strength Gu was contributed by Fei Li after he surrendered. But to obtain Gu worms, Gu masters usually traded with each other, nurtured and captured, or fused and refined them. Very few Gu masters could obtain Gu worms from the spoils of war. One reason was that Gu masters' methods were secretive and dangerous. Once a battle broke out, both sides would attack with full strength, and for their own safety, they would not hold back. This way, the Gu worms would also be destroyed. Secondly, it was very easy for Gu masters to destroy their own Gu worms. With just a thought, they could make their Gu worms self-destruct. To raise all these, there is still a long way to go. Fang Yuan sighed, walking out of the cave. Bai Ningbing was already standing at the entrance, looking at the peak, waiting for him. Fang Yuan followed her gaze, and also looked up. He saw that on the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain, there was a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was grand and majestic, supporting heaven and earth. 3 kings' inheritance opened. Relying on this inheritance, my set of Strength Path Gu worms will be greatly perfected. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, but he did not restrain himself. Although his battle strength was outstanding, it was not his turn yet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For silhouettes shot up from the north, south, east, and west respectively. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura was emitted without concealment. The one on the east side was Poison Path Gu Master Long Qing Tian. He had long black hair, pale skin, and a pair of green pupils shone with eerie light like 2 balls of cold flames. The one on the west side was Righteous Path Wu Clan's elder Wu Shintong. His name was mighty and domineering, but his body was thin like a sickly scholar. His face was pale, and he coughed from time to time, as if he could not endure the mountain winds. The one on the south side was Demonic Path Expert Kong Ri Tian. He wore a flowery robe. He stood in the air, his lips curled into a smile, as pink butterflies danced around him. The one on the north side, it was Yi Clan's elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered in blue fish scales, forming into a suit of armor. His nose was protruding, his eyes were twice the size of a normal person's, and he had a head of fiery red, messy hair. His whole body was covered in layers of muscles, and his body was short, but his physique was extremely majestic. On his back, there was a huge triangular fin, like the black fin on a shark's back. These 4 were currently the strongest Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. They were only a step away from rank 5. If they could advance to rank 5, they would be the monarch of the mortal world, ruling over one place and spreading their might everywhere. Their aura shrouded all directions. These 4 people, they had been facing off on Sancha Mountain for several months. During this period, they had also fought many times. But no one could do anything to the other, forming a chaotic battle. The Righteous Path's Wu Shintong and Yi Chong looked peaceful on the surface, but they were not united in private. And Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian would occasionally cooperate when the situation was bad. The 4 of them occupied the highest cave on Sancha Mountain and were the Gu masters closest to the inheritance entrance. The appearance of these 4 attracted the attention of all the Gu masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right in front of them. No matter who it was, they had to restrain their desire to attack. After a moment of stalemate, Kong Ri Tian chose King Bao inheritance, Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance, and Wu Shintong chose King Quan inheritance. The three inheritances were not interconnected, but there were 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Only Yi Chong was left. After some hesitation, he finally chose King Bao inheritance. This way, King Bao inheritance has Kong Ri Tian and Yi Chong, 2 experts. Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance. We lost to him last time. We need to avoid it. Wu Shintong is an enslavement path Gu master. It is said that King Quan inheritance has already been opened to the middle stage by him. In this inheritance, he is like a fish in water and can display extraordinary battle strength. If we choose King Quan inheritance, we will only be able to drink his leftovers. While everyone was discussing, a group of Gu masters reached the peak. They were all rank 4 upper stage Gu masters. Some had strange appearances, some had fierce expressions, some had dignified appearances, and some were gloomy and cold. Among them was a boy wearing black clothes. Before leaving, he looked down the mountain and gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan. Humph, Century Boy. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Century Boy was also a strength path Gu master. Shui Sensi recognized him as her godfather and could be said to be Flying Sky Tiger's backer. Fang Yuan killed Shui Sensi and offended Century Boy. However, with the 3 kings' inheritance around the corner, Century Boy did not have the mood to settle the score with Fang Yuan. But once the inheritance closes, he will definitely find Fang Yuan to denounce him. Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. Instead, he was secretly looking forward to it. With his current battle strength, he was almost invincible among rank 4 initial stage, and could even defeat ordinary middle stage Gu masters. But rank 4 upper stage, they were evenly matched. Rank 4 peak stage, they were hard to defeat. But people like Kong Ri Tian would have to pay a disastrous price if they wanted to eliminate a person like Fang Yuan. When a Gu master's cultivation reached the later stages, the difference of 1 rank would become larger, and it would become increasingly difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Not to mention challenging a rank higher rank. Even someone like Fang Yuan, who had rich battle experience and an outstanding set of strength path Gu worms, could only cross 1 rank and kill a middle stage Gu master. Of course, if I can upgrade all my Gu worms to rank 4, I will definitely have the ability to defeat a higher stage Gu master. I might even be evenly matched with a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. 3 kings' inheritance. Here I come. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu and charged towards the mountain peak. Rank 4 upper stage Gu masters had all entered the inheritance. The 3 inheritance light pillars that were the entrances had already shrunk by a lot. On Sancha Mountain, a group of rank 4 middle stage Gu masters were about to enter. Suddenly, they saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing rushing over. Their expressions changed, and they opened up a path at the same time. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Quan inheritance together. Chapter 351. The moment he entered the light pillar, Fang Yuan felt an intense sense of weightlessness. When his field of vision stabilized, he discovered that he was already standing in the middle of an empty wilderness. Looking around, he could only see that the sky was gray and hazy. On the ground, grayish-white rocks formed small mounds that looked like tombs. The gray ground was not fertile, it was dry and hard, with sparse brown grass growing on it. The white of the sky, the gray of the ground, and the yellow of the withered grass formed the 3 primary colors of this world. Other than that, there seemed to be no other colors. There was only silence, or more accurately, deathly silence. There was no wind, no rustling of leaves, no cries of birds or roars of beasts. It made one feel as if they were the only living being left in the entire world. Invisibly, loneliness, bewilderment, and even fear would spread in their hearts. Although he entered the inheritance at the same time as Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan was alone at this place. But Fang Yuan was calm and collected. This is King Quan's inheritance. He looked around and muttered softly to himself. There was a huge difference between the three kings' inheritance and the inheritances of ordinary rank 5 Gu masters. Ordinary rank 5 inheritances, be it in central continent, southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, or western desert, they were all in the great worlds. The three kings' inheritance location, however, was a Gu immortal blessed land. In the past, when the three kings were in trouble, they unintentionally found an inheritance left behind by an ancient Gu immortal and rose to power. The three kings were all geniuses, but they failed to advance to rank 6, and before dying, they set up their inheritances in this Gu immortal blessed land. Thus, Fang Yuan was not in a great world now. It was a Gu immortal blessed land, a small world that was attached to a great world. Every world had its own set of rules and laws. After entering a world, one had to follow the corresponding rules. Although Bai Ningbing entered the inheritance with me, she must have been sent to another place by this small world. But it is not important as long as she and I can get through each round. We will meet again. Fang Yuan knew this was the unique spatial law of a small world. At the same time, the time laws were different. The flow of time here is about 3 times that of the outside world. In the center of Fang Yuan's aperture, the spring-autumn cicada, which had been in a deep slumber, had already woken up and was recovering at a speed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada used the water in the river of time as nourishment. In this small world, the flow of the river of time was 3 times faster than the outside world. Therefore, it was of great help to the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. However, this was not good news for Fang Yuan. The pressure of spring-autumn cicada at its peak was definitely not something a rank 4 aperture could withstand. King Quan's inheritance was an opportunity for Fang Yuan, but at the same time, it was also a land of death. 1 day here is 3 days in the outside world. We need to act as soon as possible to save as much time as possible. Fang Yuan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Thankfully, he had his previous life's memories. He was not unfamiliar with this rank 5 Gu Master King Quan inheritance. If I'm not wrong, there should be a dog-type wild beast nearby. Fang Yuan took a step forward, constantly moving as he looked around, searching for something. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a sound was heard. A thin and weak wild dog, with eyes shining with a pale green light, ran towards Fang Yuan. This wild dog was so thin it was only skin and bones, its mouth full of yellow teeth, only reaching Fang Yuan's calf. It was very fierce, obviously starving. Smelling the smell of human flesh on Fang Yuan's body, it pounced towards him without a care. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This wild dog was very ordinary. Encountering it in the first round, it seems his luck today was not good. He quietly stood on the spot, letting the wild dog charge towards him. In the current environment, Fang Yuan could not use the other Gu worms on him. He could only use the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu. This was also the restriction of this small world's laws. King Quan modified the Gu immortal blessed land, making it so that Gu masters could only bring 1 rank 1 dog enslavement Gu into his inheritance. At the same time, other Gu worms could not be used freely. Of course, spring-autumn cicada was an exception. Spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu. When a Gu worm reaches rank 6, be it a great world or a small world, there was only one. Spring-autumn cicada was no longer a mortal object. It was an immortal Gu. Even in the blessed land, he could control and use it as he pleased. Not only King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance, and King Bao inheritance are the same. When Gu masters first enter the inheritance, they can only use rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu, and exploding egg Gu. Seeing the wild dog charging towards him, Fang Yuan activated the dog enslavement Gu in his aperture. This dog enslavement Gu looked like a jade stone, only the size of a thumb. The jade stone looked like a dog's head. Fang Yuan only used a drop of bright gold primeval essence to activate this dog enslavement Gu. The dog enslavement Gu turned into a bright jade light, shooting out and turning from solid to phantom. Following that with lightning speed, it shot into Wild Dog's body. The wild dog whimpered, as if it was struck by lightning, immediately falling down. Because of its inertia, it rolled along the ground, all the way to Fang Yuan's feet. After being still for a while, the wild dog suddenly stood up. But this time, it did not bare its canine teeth at Fang Yuan, instead obediently lying on the ground, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail at Fang Yuan. "Get up!" Fang Yuan willed. The wild dog obediently stood up. Its fur was soft and dull, but there were no injuries. The dog enslavement Gu directly entered its soul and did not cause any damage to the wild dog's body. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and its head only reached the middle of Fang Yuan's calf. Fang Yuan observed it carefully and shook his head. This was an ordinary wild dog, with worrisome battle strength. But precisely so, it allowed Fang Yuan to easily use the dog enslavement Gu on it. No matter what, I need to rely on it to get through the second round. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a heavenly power descended, wrapping around his body. At once, Fang Yuan could not move. In front of him, a jade light flashed, and a second dog enslavement Gu appeared. Fang Yuan knew this was the inheritance's reward for him, and the key to the second round, so he quickly refined it. This dog enslavement Gu was also rank 1 and was easy to refine. When Fang Yuan refined this Gu and kept it in his aperture, with a swoosh, he disappeared on the spot, teleported by the heavenly power to another place. This was still the wilderness, with a gray sky and brown grass. Fang Yuan stood on a low mound, and around the mound were 3 stray dogs. They were also as thin as a stick. 2 of them were looking for food in the grass with their heads lowered. As for the third one, it seemed to be a little old and simply lay on the ground without moving. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance caused these 3 dogs to go crazy. They started to run like they were electrocuted, charging towards Fang Yuan from 3 different directions. The first wild dog that Fang Yuan controlled had its ferocious nature stimulated. Under Fang Yuan's command, it spread out its 4 paws, pouncing towards one direction. But it could only block 1 dog, and soon the second one reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using the second dog enslavement Gu to tame it. The third dog also pounced, but Fang Yuan was multitasking, commanding the 2 dogs to fight at the same time. If it was an ordinary Gu master who was not familiar with dog enslavement, they would not be able to handle 2 battles and would lose focus. But Fang Yuan was not nervous, he was at ease. He had 500 years of memories, he was experienced, and had commanded many beast groups in battles, especially the blade-wing blood bats in the Blood Sea inheritance. In this life, for the sake of Sancha Mountain inheritance, he had trained in Shangclan City for several months, learning how to control dog enslavement. The battle progressed in the direction Fang Yuan expected, but Fang Yuan frowned. The first wild dog's condition is not good. If we fight like this, even if I win, there will only be 1 wild dog left. Thinking of this, he started to command the 2 wild dogs, fighting while retreating. Eventually, Fang Yuan successfully merged the 2 groups into one. This immediately increased the pressure on Fang Yuan's command, but at the same time, he established a huge advantage. The 2 wild dogs in Fang Yuan's hands had precise and ingenious coordination, but their enemies were fighting for themselves. Not long later, this intense battle ended. The corpses of two wild dogs were lying on the ground, their blood flowing everywhere. The two wild dogs, under Fang Yuan's control, stood on the ground, their bodies full of injuries. The first one from before had more serious injuries. The second one was in better shape. The moment the battle ended, the power of heaven and earth descended again, wrapping around Fang Yuan and the two ordinary wild dogs in his hands. His vision suddenly changed. The weightlessness once again assaulted Fang Yuan's body. Entered the third round. Fang Yuan started to observe his surroundings. This time, he was also standing on the top of the mound, but was surrounded by 6 stray dogs. 6. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, feeling the slight pressure. He only had 2 wild dogs in his hands. The enemy's military strength was 3 times that of his own. At the same time, his 2 wild dogs were also injured. Without giving him any time to think, the moment the 6 wild dogs discovered him, they started to salivate and charged at him. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. He saw a pit and quickly jumped. He jumped in, his back against the thick rock wall, lining up the 2 wild dogs in front of him. The 6 wild dogs madly charged at him, pulling away from each other. The 2 healthy wild dogs were the first to charge up the mound, while the remaining 4 were injured and left behind. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 352. Woof woof woof. Fierce barking sounds rang out one after another. Dozens of wild dogs fought. One side had the advantage in numbers, but their formation was loose. The other side had fewer numbers, but their formation was tight. At the same time, the wild dogs had cover, retreat, assault, and other tactics. Fang Yuan stood on a hill not far away, looking down at the whole battlefield as he commanded attentively. This was already his 10th round of battle in King Quan inheritance. Relying on his rich experience and understanding of King Quan's inheritance, he sprinted all the way without any danger. The battle continued for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it ended. On the whole battlefield, there were still 18 wild dogs left standing. All of them were accumulated by Fang Yuan through painstaking efforts. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of turbid air, feeling slightly tired in his mind. Every 10 rounds in King Quan inheritance is a challenge. The difficulty will increase by several times. This time, I used 27 wild dogs and sacrificed 9 to resist the attacks of close to 60 wild dogs before I passed this round. In all fairness, there were still some small thrills in the process. The 3 kings are demonic Gu masters, and demonic inheritances have always been cruel, upholding the cold competition of survival of the fittest. This round is enough to get rid of most of those who want to sneak in. On San Cha Mountain, there were countless righteous Gu masters and demonic Gu masters. Every time the 3 kings' inheritance opened, large numbers of Gu masters would rush in to try their luck. But the 3 kings' inheritance, no matter which path it was extremely strict to choose the most suitable inheritor. The 3 kings set up extremely difficult rounds. Among the 3 kings, King Quan was an enslavement path Gu master, King Xian was a refinement path Gu master, and King Bao was a fire path Gu master. The inheritors they chose naturally had to be from these paths. The first 10 rounds difficulty was enough to ruthlessly eliminate most of the side path Gu masters. From the 30th round onwards, there would be no side path Gu masters. From the 50th round onwards, only the elites and geniuses of this path would remain. From the 70th round onwards, only experts with deep foundations would remain. Those who could reach the 90th round were few in number. They could be counted with 10 fingers. Especially the last 10 rounds from 90 to 100, the difficulty was extremely high, like a heavenly moat. Even a monster like Fang Yuan would not be able to pass it. In his previous life, the Three Kings' inheritance lasted for close to 10 years. It swept up countless people, the devil Tao, the righteous Tao, heroes and ambitious people. It had not even been a year since the Three Kings' legacy had appeared. It was the early stages. Most people could only reach a dozen or so levels at most, and that was already very impressive. At the middle stage, people would rush to the 50th checkpoint and find it hard to continue. They could only exchange their experiences and conclude many rules. Towards the end, most people would hover around the 70th to 80th checkpoint. Only a very small number of people fought around the 90th round. These people were mostly rank 5 Gu Masters. Their every action would attract everyone's attention. And when it ended, many mysterious rank 6 Gu Immortals even appeared. Feng Yuan remembered most of it very clearly. Of course, there were some areas that were vague, but they were minor details. He had a deep understanding of the Three Kings' legacy. He knew that with his own strength, no matter which inheritance it was, he would definitely not be able to pass the 90th round. After the 90th round, only rank 5 Gu Masters had hope of passing the rounds. Feng Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to cultivate to the 5th rank. 10 years was definitely not enough. This was not only because the higher the Gu Master, the harder it was to cultivate. It was also because of the spring-autumn cicada. In this Gu immortal blessed land, time flowed faster, and the spring-autumn cicada healed even faster. To him, this was a huge potential threat. The heavenly power descended once again, and Feng Yuan's vision flashed. When he looked again, he found that he had been teleported to an unfamiliar place. Different from the clear vision of the first 10 rounds, right now, his vision was filled with dense gray fog, and he could not distinguish north from south. Other than the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, all other Gu worms could not be activated. 19 wild dogs were surrounding him, but right now, even the dog enslavement Gu only had a faint connection. But Feng Yuan was not panicking. He knew that from the 10th round onwards, the inheritance would give every challenger the right to choose. He quietly stood on the spot and quickly distinguished. On his left, in the depths of the fog, there was an orange-yellow light, as if someone was holding a lantern. At the same time, there was a relatively loud dog bark, and right in front of him, there was a black figure, faintly discernible, seemingly near yet far. On his right, in the depths of the gray fog, there was a ball of blue lightning flickering. The orange-yellow light represents the chrysanthemum Akita dog. This type of dog is more loyal and united than the ordinary wild dogs I have, and is easier to control, able to coordinate their battle tactics. The blue lightning should be the lightning symbol dog. This type of dog's running speed is twice that of an ordinary wild dog. And the black figure represents the next opponent, another Gu Master. Feng Yuan pondered. These were the hints given to him by King Quan inheritance. Those who enter for the first time would definitely be blinded and could only try to pass the rounds and not choose the most advantageous option for themselves. But Feng Yuan was well aware, whether it was the chrysanthemum Akita dog, lightning symbol dog, or Gu Master, they were all challenges and also opportunities. Feng Yuan only thought for a moment before giving up on the left and right and walking straight ahead. The further he walked, the thinner the gray fog became, and his vision became clearer. At the same time, his control over his 19-dog enslavement Gu became stronger, and the gray fog on the left and right became thicker. Han Bu Lu stood there, without moving, quietly looking at the person walking out of the fog. Han Bu Lu was already 48 years old, a righteous Gu Master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and had entered King Quan inheritance many times. Thus, he had a good understanding of King Quan inheritance. Right now, seeing Feng Yuan's figure slowly walking towards him from the gray fog, he immediately knew this was his opponent. But he was not flustered. He was an enslavement path Gu master and was like a fish in water in King Quan inheritance. In this special environment, the Gu master's previous accumulation did not count. He could only use the Gu given in the inheritance to fight. The difference in cultivation also shrunk rapidly. This person is really unlucky to actually meet me. I need to take down this person with the smallest losses. Then I will charge towards the 22nd round. Han Buliu was very confident in himself. Last time, he made it to the 21st stage. Last time, he charged to the 21st round. This result was already among the best in his circle. It even surpassed many rank 4 upper stage and peak stage Gu masters. Fang Yuan stepped out of the fog, his gaze dark and his expression calm as water. Han Buliu's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It's Little Beast King. His heart tightened, and he panicked. Although Fang Yuan had just arrived at San Cha Mountain, he had killed 3 middle-stage Gu masters with initial stage cultivation. His fierce name had spread far and wide, and his might was awe-inspiring. Han Buliu was also a middle-stage Gu master, but he knew his own limits, and knew his battle strength could not compare to Sky Tiger and the others. But soon, Han Buliu reacted. This is not the outside world. It is a Gu immortal blessed land. In this round, both sides can only use dog enslavement Gu. He cannot use Little Beast King's set of Gu worms. He walks the strength path. How can he have attainments in the enslavement path at such a young age? Han Buliu's eyes shone with ecstasy and greed. He roared in his heart, "Aha! This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If I kill Little Beast King, my name will spread far and wide. If I snatch his Gu worms, I can sell them for countless yuan stone. Wild dogs, charge!" Righteous path inheritances were gentle and did not usually result in death. Sometimes, even if one failed, one could still gain something. But King Quan inheritance was a demonic path inheritance. Here one could kill. Death was also a common occurrence. Most importantly, in this Gu immortal blessed land, Gu masters could not use their own Gu worms. This meant that if Gu masters died, they could not use their thoughts to detonate their Gu worms. San Cha Mountain's Gu masters had already discovered this point during the battle. This caused the number of Gu masters who died to increase sharply. In the outside world, Gu masters would detonate their Gu worms before dying, not leaving anything for the enemy. The gains from the battle were very little. But here, when Gu masters died, their Gu worms would be left behind. This was enticing people to commit crimes. If Han Buliu killed Fang Yuan, almost all of Fang Yuan's Gu worms would be left behind. This huge battle loot caused Han Buliu's killing intent to soar. Under his command, 11 wild dogs pounced towards Fang Yuan. Woof, woof, woof. They let out savage barks together, their aura surging like a rainbow. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. When these wild dogs reached him, he casually waved his hand. He lightly waved his hand, and 19 wild dogs suddenly rushed out from the fog behind him. 19. Han Buliu was extremely shocked, his eyeballs almost popping out. How can there be so many? He was filled with doubts. He himself was an enslavement path Gu master and was very experienced in commanding wild dogs. He tried his best and passed the 10th round, leaving behind 11 wild dogs. But Little Beast King was a strength path Gu master. How could he have 19? He had 8 more than Han Buliu. What kind of enslavement path attainment was this? No, this is impossible. This is definitely just his dog shit luck. Otherwise, how could there be so many wild dogs left behind? The real battle was about to begin. I will show you the art of commanding an enslavement path Gu master. Han Buliu calmed his mind and was soon filled with fighting spirit. In his opinion, Little Beast King was so young, no matter how much of a genius he was, he could not advance in both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. There is a flaw. Fang Yuan had been observing his opponent. Seeing the change in Han Bulu's expression, he immediately grasped this fleeting opportunity and decisively mobilized the strongest wild dogs to form a charging arrow. The next moment, this arrow fiercely broke through the enemy's formation. Not good. Han Bulu's heart was filled with alarm, and he quickly mobilized the wild dogs. But how could Fang Yuan give him the chance? The remaining wild dogs formed two graceful arcs and flanked from the left and right, instantly seizing control of the situation. Chapter 353. This was an intense battle. Han Bulu resisted with all his might, trying to turn the situation around. But Fang Yuan saw through his plans every time, breaking through his battle tactics, suppressing his every resistance. Every time he tried, he returned empty-handed. An hour later, there were only 8 wild dogs left, all belonging to Fang Yuan. Han Bulu's face was pale, his face full of sweat, his head spinning as he stood on the spot. Plop! He suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading loudly to Fang Yuan, "Little beast, human Wangda, I beg you to spare my life. I'll do anything for you to repay your kindness. You are a genius, a monstrous genius. I fought with you because I had no choice but to do so. Your attainment in the enslavement path is truly admirable. Little beast, human Wangda, from now on you are my master." "Oh, is that so? But how do you want me to believe your sincerity, unless you are willing to be enslaved by me?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly, commanding the 8 wild dogs to surround Han Bulu. Han Bulu was flustered. Lord, in this Gu immortal blessed land, Gu masters cannot use their own Gu worms. Moreover, I do not have enslavement Gu. Then I have no choice. Fang Yuan coldly waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs pounced. "Lord Fangzing, don't!" Han Bulu jumped up, screaming in fear, trying to escape. But it was too late. The 8 wild dogs tightly surrounded him, opening their mouths and biting his body with their sharp teeth. Han Bulu screamed miserably, waving his arms like a madman, rolling on the ground. It was useless. Even if he had defenses like ice muscles, iron bones, copper skin, these were not useful in the blessed land. They were weakened to nothing. "Fangzheng, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off." Amidst the wretched curses and cries, Han Buliu's flesh was torn off by the wild dogs. His eyeballs were clawed open and blood flowed out, revealing his pale white bones. Fang Yuan watched quietly until Han Buliu died, not moving an inch. He gently waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs immediately stopped attacking and retreated to the sides, making a path for Fang Yuan. Their bodies were stained with scarlet blood. Some were still gnawing on Han Buliu's bones, while others had Han Buliu's hair and flesh on their claws. Han Buliu's corpse was already beyond recognition. However, under Fang Yuan's conscious protection, his abdomen was still intact. Fang Yuan placed his palm on Han Bulu's abdomen, his consciousness entering his aperture. This was a standard rank 4 middle stage aperture. But because Han Buliu was already dead, his aperture was currently shrinking. Restricted by the laws of this blessed land, all of his Gu worms were motionless, quietly lying in the shallow primeval sea. There were a total of 5 Gu, all of them of the enslavement path, and 2 of them were rank 4. Fang Yuan browsed through them and extracted them, easily refining them and storing them in his aperture. During the whole process, he did not use the spring-autumn cicada. The laws of the blessed land did not restrict him at this moment, but instead helped him easily refine these Gu. King Quan seemed to be encouraging Gu masters to kill each other, showing the cruelty of the demonic path. Fang Yuan killed Han Buliu and only had 7 wild dogs left. Just now, When Han Buliu was struggling, he killed the most heavily injured wild dog. At the edge of death, a person could often burst out with great strength. Fang Yuan looked at these 7 wild dogs, his calm gaze containing a trace of regret. Only 7 wild dogs are left, and all of them are injured. As for the following rounds, the difficulty will naturally increase by a lot. But compared to the gains, the loss of 12 wild dogs is absolutely insignificant. These wild dogs could be seen everywhere in the forest outside. To be able to use 12 wild dogs to exchange for 2 rank 4 gu and 3 rank 3 gu, this transaction was too profitable. 3 kings' inheritance. Not only are the treasures passed down, the gu masters who enter the Blessed Land are all moving treasures. Killing them and taking their gu worms, I can strengthen myself. The heavenly power descended. Fang Yuan sneered, his heart filled with killing intent. The fog appeared in front of him again. Fang Yuan looked around. In front of him, there was a black shadow, representing the gu master enemy. On the left, there was also a black shadow, but at the edge of the shadow, there were protruding spikes. On the right, there was an orange shadow, similar to the previous one. It represented the chrysanthemum Akita dog. I only have 7 wild dogs now. My battle strength is insufficient. I cannot choose gu masters as my enemies. The risk is too high. On the left, there is a hedgehog dog. Its body is covered in spikes, and its attack strength is twice that of a normal wild dog. On the right, there is the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Fang Yuan's eyes turned, and he moved towards the right. Although the hedgehog dog's attack strength was strong, to pass this round, they would suffer heavy losses. The 7 wild dogs in Fang Yuan's hands were all injured. Once their organs were pierced by the spikes, they would die. Fang Yuan had experience. The hedgehog dogs were more troublesome without the steel armor dogs or een dogs. It was best not to encounter them. These precious experiences, in the early stages of the inheritance, gu masters kept them to themselves, purposely hiding them. Most of them fell into a pit, and after suffering losses, they would want others to fall into it as well. Fang Yuan moved forward, the fog in front of him getting thinner. At his feet, 7 wild dogs followed him with unsteady steps. They had followed Fang Yuan all the way here and were all injured, especially the battle with Han Buliu. They had expended a lot of their life force and battle strength. Dog enslavement gu after dog enslavement gu appeared in the air, landing in Fang Yuan's hands. When the fog completely disappeared, Fang Yuan had 20 dog enslavement gu, all rank 1. Dog enslavement gu were hard to retrieve. They were planted in the dog beast's soul. After the dog beast dies, its soul dissipates, and the dog enslavement gu also vanishes. Even if the gu master brought many rank 1 dog enslavement gu before entering the inheritance, it was of no use. The heavenly power of the blessed land would take away all the dog enslavement gu from the gu master and not return them, only leaving 1 for the gu master. After a few times, the gu masters learned their lesson. A total of 50 to 60 chrysanthemum Akita dogs appeared in front of Fang Yuan. These dogs had orange fur, which was the color of oranges. Their long ears drooped down, covering their ear holes. At the same time, there were chrysanthemum patterns on their fur. Their bodies were about the same size as ordinary wild dogs and were even slightly shorter. But Fang Yuan's expression changed. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were good at cooperating. The more they were, the stronger they were. And the location he appeared in was not good either. On flat ground, there was no terrain to fight on. With just 7 wild dogs, he would be easily surrounded and devoured. In the end, Fang Yuan's outcome would not be any better than Han Buliu's. I need to get to that hill quickly. In just a breath's time, Fang Yuan saw the terrain clearly, and without hesitation, he ran towards that hill. After he ran 5 steps, The chrysanthemum Akita dogs also found him. Woo, woo, woo. They let out long whimpers, and countless chrysanthemum Akita dogs raised their necks, calling out to each other. At once, all the nearby chrysanthemum Akita dogs gathered together and formed a river of attacks, charging towards Fang Yuan. Such a scene, if it was a wild dog, lightning symbol dog, or hedge dog, would not happen unless there was a dog king commanding them. But chrysanthemum Akita dogs had a strong sense of unity. Even without a dog king commanding them, they could still charge together. This was a completely different concept from fighting one-on-one. Fang Yuan barely managed to get to the hill, but in the next second, the chrysanthemum Akita dog group surrounded him. Fang Yuan retreated, leaning against a cliff to defend himself. The chrysanthemum Akita dogs paused for a moment before launching a wave of attacks. Because the ground was narrow, the dog group could only send out 15 dogs each time. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the 7 wild dogs to resist. Both sides fought intensely as Fang Yuan used his exquisite control to resist. At the same time, he waved his arm, finding an opportunity, and threw out 5 dog enslavement goo. At once, he had a new group of soldiers. 5 healthy chrysanthemum Akita dogs changed sides, joining Fang Yuan's side, causing the situation to turn around. Originally 15 against 7, now it was 10 against 12. Fang Yuan had the advantage. Companions turned into enemies, causing the dog group to panic. Fang Yuan used the chaos to attack, killing 6 chrysanthemum Akita dogs and forcing the remaining 4 to retreat. He could have taken down 10 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but he purposely let the remaining 4 escape. Fang Yuan's rich experience was not just limited to this. He had 20 dog enslavement goo, but he did not use them all at once, but in batches. This terrain limited the number of dogs that could fight. At the same time, the fewer the dogs, the more Fang Yuan's exquisite control could be displayed. With more dogs, he had the advantage in numbers, but if he was distracted, he would not be able to use his exquisite control. The chrysanthemum Akita dogs charged towards Fang Yuan's defensive circle, launching a wave of attacks. Fang Yuan planned meticulously. Every time he used the dog enslavement goo, he used it at the most crucial moment. He did not limit himself to choosing the healthiest chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but to disrupt the formation of the dogs. Such gains did not seem obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more. The chrysanthemum Akita dog group launched close to 10 waves of attacks, but were repelled by Fang Yuan each time. When Fang Yuan only had 3 dog enslavement goo left, the remaining dozen or so chrysanthemum Akita dogs scattered and escaped. These chrysanthemum Akita dogs were all injured. Fang Yuan had purposely let them escape earlier to prevent them from retaliating in a frenzy before they died. But now they were afraid and chose to retreat. Without King Quan's leadership, they would not have escaped so easily. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, choosing not to chase. After this battle, his original 7 wild dogs were left with 3, but he gained 16 chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Chapter 354. 13th round, 14th round, 17th round, 18th round. Fang Yuan passed round after round as the number of dogs in his hands continued to increase. By the end of the 19th round, he had over 80 dogs. Among them were over 40 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, over 20 lightning symbol dogs, and 19 hedge dogs. During this period, he killed another person. It was a rank 3 water path peak stage goo master with 6 goo. However, he did not encounter Bai Ningbing. 20th round. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart 3 kings' inheritance. After every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase by several times. At the start of the 20th round, 100 beast kings would appear with hundreds or even thousands of dogs fighting. In the fog, 3 lumps of light appeared on the left, right, and front. The lumps of light in front were orange-yellow, about the size of a wicker basket. The lumps of light on the left were eerie blue lightning, flickering continuously about the size of a millstone. The lumps of light on the right were the moon in the water, flowers in the fog, indistinctly green and white. Among the three lumps of light, this lumps of light was the smallest. Fang Yuan knew clearly the size of the lumps of light represented the number of dogs. The bigger the lumps, the more dogs there were. The orange-yellow lumps in front represented chrysanthemum Akita dogs, about 200 of them. The eerie blue lumps on the left meant there were about 150 lightning symbol dogs. The green and white lumps on the right meant there were Yin dog groups with the smallest numbers, about 100 of them. Fang Yuan first eliminated the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The chrysanthemum Akita dog groups, with a dog king, became more united. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Over 200 chrysanthemum Akita dogs to Fang Yuan was a disaster. Secondly, he eliminated the Yin dog groups. Yin dogs were special. They did not have a physical body and were like a lump of dog-shaped Yin qi, floating in the air. Ordinary attacks could not kill them. They could even penetrate rocks, burrow underground, hide in water, and so on. The dogs in Fang Yuan's hands did not have such methods. Lightning symbol dogs were only fast. They did not have the ability to release lightning. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose the left direction. The mist dissipated, and the dogs circled around him, silently following him. A rank two-dog enslavement gu descended from the sky, landing in his hands. When he completely walked out of the fog, the lightning symbol hounds were scattered around. On the hill, a huge dog beast was lying on the grass, taking a nap. It was more than twice the size of a normal lightning symbol dog. Its entire body was covered in dark blue fur. The tips of its fur were sharp and flashed with a faint electric glow. This was the king of 100 beasts, the big lightning symbol dog. A heaven-sent opportunity. Fang Yuan understood the whole situation. His eyes shined with brilliance as he instantly made his decision. With a wave of his hand, he brazenly sent out all his forces. More than 80 dog beasts surrounded him in the middle and rushed towards the big lightning symbol dog. The big lightning symbol dog's reaction was also very quick. Its ears twitched, and it immediately opened its eyes, standing up like lightning. It raised its head and howled, summoning the pack of lightning symbol dogs near the hill. Hearing the king's summon, the surrounding lightning symbol hounds immediately responded and gathered around the king from all directions. Although the lightning symbol hounds were fast, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He gathered all his forces together, attacking the root of the problem without hesitation. Some of the lightning symbol hounds that were closer gathered around the dog king before Fang Yuan did. Charge! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination. At this moment, hesitation was the worst. Since he had made up his mind, he would charge forward. The lightning symbol hounds that came to block him were quickly dispersed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's formation was dense, while the lightning symbol hounds' formation was loose. Their numbers were few. Woof! As the 100-beast king, the lightning symbol hound saw that its underlings were all slaughtered. Its ferocious nature was aroused. It pounced towards Fang Yuan with its 4 paws. Fang Yuan willed, and the 20 lightning symbol hounds split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. The 19 hedgehog hounds formed a formation and charged towards the lightning symbol hound without fear of death. The rest of the group, the 40 chrysanthemum Akita hounds, surrounded Fang Yuan and spread out, following behind the hedgehog hounds. The lightning symbol hound fell into the encirclement set up by Fang Yuan and was trapped in the center. Fang Yuan disregarded the exhaustion of his mental energy and used all his energy to mobilize the hounds under his command, displaying their exquisite coordination. The lightning symbol hound's speed was even faster than the other lightning symbol hounds, but under Fang Yuan's intentional encirclement, its greatest advantage was suppressed. It raised its head and howled, attempting to gather its underlings. Its underlings were rushing over in a frenzy to save the king. Fang Yuan had to encircle the lightning symbol hound, and at the same time, he had to defend against the attacks of the hounds outside. The pressure was immense, and not long after, his head was throbbing, and a layer of sweat covered his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If it was a direct confrontation, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would not have many soldiers left. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to capture the leader first. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Fang Yuan would be wrapped up like a dumpling. Not only would he fail, he would have no hope of entering the next round, and might even die on the spot. In this Gu immortal blessed land, other than the Gu worms from the inheritance, other Gu worms could not be used. Thus, Gu masters could easily die. Fang Yuan could not use the strength Qi Gu and all-out effort Gu either. Of course, he still had his trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada. With Spring Autumn Cicada's current condition, he could barely activate it. But activating Spring Autumn Cicada itself carried a huge risk. There was a high chance that he would self-detonate and die. Thus, unless Fang Yuan was at his wit's end, he would not use it recklessly. The sweat on his forehead gathered into beads, rolling down his body. Fang Yuan did not bother to wipe it. He tightly held the rank 2-dog enslavement Gu in his hand, not making a move. He was carefully looking for an opportunity. Using the rank 1-dog enslavement Gu to subdue ordinary hounds, that was easy. But using the rank 2-dog enslavement Gu to subdue the 100-beast king had a chance of failure, because there were natural Gu worms on the 100-beast king's body. These Gu worms could ruin Fang Yuan's plans. Fang Yuan only had one chance. If the rank 2-dog enslavement Gu was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus, he had to be careful. Woof! The lightning symbol dog was anxious. It opened its mouth and spat out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky liquid, falling down with a plop sound. It smashed on the grass, but did not dissipate. It was still flickering, hitting the grass and mountain rocks, causing them to crackle, and soon they were charred black. This is the rank 2 plasma Gu. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the culprit that created this plasma. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong, although the attack was sudden and covered many of Fang Yuan's chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Fang Yuan immediately pulled out all the hounds within the plasma. The fur of these dogs had been charred black by the lightning. At the same time, they were not agile, paralyzed by the electric current, but they still had some fighting strength. Woof, woof, woof. The lightning symbol dog continued to spit out plasma, covering patches of grass. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression becoming more solemn. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong, but when it covered the ground, it would last for a period of time. During this period of time, this area would become a restricted zone for Fang Yuan's hounds. Fang Yuan's troops were surrounded at the center and could not move around much. Once the plasma covered the area, this problem was magnified. This was a huge obstacle for Fang Yuan's movement of troops, rotation of defense lines, and distribution of damage. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only change troops. He moved the lightning symbol dogs that were defending outside to the inside to deal with the 100-beast king. He mobilized the chrysanthemum Akita Inu to defend against the 100-odd lightning symbol dogs outside. The lightning symbol dogs could move freely within the plasma's range, and their bodies were even stimulated by the electric current, becoming faster. But the situation was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. The lightning symbol dogs couldn't help but be afraid of the 100-beast king lightning symbol dogs of their own kind. This made Fang Yuan expend more effort to control them, and the effectiveness of his commands was also greatly reduced. Outside, the speed of the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs could not match the lightning symbol dogs. They could only form a tight formation and defend passively. If it was the lightning symbol dogs, Fang Yuan could use his speed to restrict them. Persevere. I need to persevere. 100 Beast Kings, first Gu has been detected. I need to work harder from now on. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. Every time the plasma goo was activated, there was a 5-breath interval. The plasma goo itself needed to rest. In this 5 breaths of time, Fang Yuan could activate rank 2 dog enslavement goo and did not need to worry about the plasma goo's attack. But Fang Yuan did not know if there were other goo on this 100 Beast King. To be safe, he had to continue probing. Time passed bit by bit. The situation became more and more difficult for Fang Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs, and only 9 were left. Hedge dogs did not belong to the same tribe as the lightning symbol dogs, so they had fewer losses, but only 11 were left. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs suffered the most losses, from close to 50. There were less than 20 left. But Fang Yuan could not detect the second goo on this 100 Beast King. Fang Yuan decided to make a move. I can't wait any longer. This lightning symbol dog's body most likely only has 1 parasitic goo. He had to take a risk. If he waited any longer, his perilous outer defense line would be broken. Rank 2 dog enslavement goo. While the lightning symbol dog was firing its plasma, Fang Yuan quickly made his move, dealing the crucial blow. Under Fang Yuan's watchful eyes, the dog enslavement goo flew to the lightning symbol dog's body, planting itself in its soul. A formless mental attack attacked Fang Yuan through this dog enslavement goo. Fang Yuan's head was already throbbing in pain, and with this attack, he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the 100 Beast King's soul, resisting unwillingly. Subduing 100 Beast King was not easy. Fang Yuan's body shook, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. A spiritual connection was formed between Fang Yuan and the lightning symbol dog. The latter was still going berserk, wanting to tear Fang Yuan into pieces, but now it barked and wagged its tail at Fang Yuan in an attempt to please him. The lightning symbol dog group heard the dog king's barking and stopped attacking. The battlefield, which was in a stalemate just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, slowly turning his head, looking at the battlefield. This risk was worth it. Although he suffered many losses looking at the battlefield, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Don't forget, there was still 100 Beast King with a plasma goo. Chapter 3:55. The fog in front of him was thick. Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog, a large group of dog beasts circling around him. 11 hedge dogs, 132 lightning dogs, and 17 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Besides them, there was also 100 Beast King Big Lightning Dog. Restricted by the heavenly power of heaven and earth, this group of dogs followed Fang Yuan quietly and obediently, not making a single sound. The misty world was silent. It was so quiet that Fang Yuan's every breath could be heard clearly. Although he had passed the 20th round, and the number of dogs in his hands had reached an unprecedented high, Fang Yuan was not optimistic. This 3 kings inheritance, after every 10 rounds, the difficulty increases by several times. Although I have 100 dogs to pass the next 10 rounds and reach the 30th round on my first try, it will not be easy. The 30th round was the goal that Fang Yuan set for himself in his first attempt at King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the 3 kings inheritance was divided by many Gu masters after many years. Fang Yuan would definitely have to spend a long time on Sancha Mountain this time. It was not realistic to want to take the inheritance in one go. Three Kings' inheritance, no matter which path it was, had a high difficulty. Even if Fang Yuan had the 100 Beast King and 100 dogs, he would only be able to temporarily gain a foothold. If he was careless in any of the rounds, he might suffer a crushing defeat and lose all the dogs he had painstakingly gathered. He might even lose his life. Demonic inheritances had always been cruel and merciless. This King Quan inheritance, the further I go, the more advantageous it is for the enslavement path Gu Master. I had walked the enslavement path in my previous life, but in this life, I am still a strength path Gu Master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Fang Yuan's head was still feeling dizzy. This was an intense use of mental energy, expending a lot of mental energy to command the dogs to fight. This was the after effect left behind. But if it was an enslavement path Gu Master with a strong soul, this after effect would be much smaller. Enslavement path was a Gu Master path that enslaved beast groups and insect groups. To command large numbers of insects at the same time, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Thus, enslavement path Gu Masters often used specific Gu worms to temper and deepen their soul foundation. In King Quan inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the Gu Master's soul foundation at all. Thus, enslavement path Gu Masters would be like fish in water in King Quan inheritance. But enslavement path Gu Masters are also very tough. Firstly, the burden of food was extremely heavy. The larger the size of the insect beasts, the more they would eat. Secondly, it was not easy to subdue a powerful insect beast. It was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and become an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path Gu Masters were overly reliant on worms and beasts. If I'm weak, I'll be easily targeted. Fang Yuan pondered. Gu Masters have their own advantages and disadvantages, as well as their own difficulties. The vicissitudes of the world. In the current Gu Master world, Chi path was almost extinct. Strength path had completely declined. Only some remnant light was left. Enslavement path followed the rules. It was hard to prosper. Occasionally, a few enslavement path experts would appear, but they were like shooting stars, only dazzling for a moment. Enslavement path Gu Masters often have huge requirements towards resources. Moreover, it was exhausting. Even small or medium-sized clans could not afford to raise enslavement path Gu Masters. At most, large or super clans would specially nurture several enslavement path Gu Masters for large-scale battles. In the demonic path, enslavement path Gu Masters were even more difficult to manage. They were very rare. Thus, I did not choose this path. Fang Yuan composed himself. He collected his scattered thoughts. In this short while, he felt his mind clearing up. The dizziness had mostly disappeared. He moved his eyes and started to assess his surroundings. On his left and right, as well as in front of him, there were lumps of light. The earlier lumps were all blurry, but after 20 rounds, the lumps had become extremely clear. On the left, there was a group of chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were over 200 of them. Some were resting on the ground, some were playing around, and some were drinking milk from the female dogs. Fang Yuan looked at it attentively, his gaze constantly searching. Chrysanthemum Akita dog beast kings were different from other dog beasts. The stronger they were, the smaller their bodies would become, especially on the chaotic battlefield. The beast king mixed in with the pack of dogs and was inconspicuous. This was a good way to protect themselves. Where will the 100 beast kings be? Fang Yuan's gaze moved back and forth. When the lumps of light suddenly changed, a Gu appeared. This Gu was the size of a fist. Its shape was like a cobblestone, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth, as if it was covered with a layer of oil. Dogguts Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu at once, appearing after the beast groups. This means if I choose to fight these chrysanthemum Akita dogs and win, I will get a dog guts Gu. After a while, the lumps of light dissipated. Fang Yuan did not make a choice, but looked ahead. The lumps of light ahead showed a group of black dogs. These dogs barked at each other, charging at each other and crashing into each other. This displayed the fierceness of these dogs. These were steel armor dogs. These dogs had leather armor on their bodies. The leather armor was black and heavy like steel. Its defense was impressive during the process of growth. The armored dogs would bump into each other to reduce the intense itch of their bodies as they grew. The steel armored dog 100 Beast King was about the same size as the big lightning dog. It was very conspicuous among the dog groups. Fang Yuan found it immediately. Next, the lumps of light changed, turning into a goo. Fang Yuan was familiar with this goo. He had used it earlier. It was the rank 2 dog enslavement goo. If I choose the steel armor dog group, if I win, I will get a dog enslavement goo, Fang Yuan mumbled before looking to the right. The lumps of light on the right had no dog beasts. Instead, it showed the scenery of a mountain. Gray and white rocks were steep, the trees were verdant and swaying with the wind. After a while, the lumps of light disappeared, and there was no goo worm like before. This is a chance to leave King Quan inheritance. Fang Yuan understood. King Quan inheritance was set up in the blessed land. The goo masters who entered were restricted by the heavenly power and could not enter as they wished. However, the 3 kings' inheritance was not a place where one could only enter but not leave. There was a chance of survival. At a certain stage, the inheritance would give a chance to leave. Like this time, if Fang Yuan chose the right, when he walked out of the fog, he would be transported out. The location he would appear at was the mountain in the lumps of light. This mountainside wasn't far. It was somewhere in the San Cha Mountain. But Fang Yuan did not choose the right. I have resources. I can try again. It would be a pity to leave now. Of course, there might not be another chance for me to leave. This was actually a formless test. Many goo masters had the strength, but to be safe, they chose to give up and leave the inheritance, wasting a great opportunity. Some goo masters had no resources, but advanced rashly, missing the chance to leave and regretting it when they died. Fang Yuan never lacked courage. He resolutely gave up the chance to leave. To him, there were only 2 choices left. The left is the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This dog is the most united. The location of the Dog King is unknown. But if I win, I will get Dog Guts Goo. Dog Guts Goo is a rank 2 goo, an enslavement path support goo, specially used on dogs. Once the Dog Guts Goo is activated, it can increase the courage of the dogs within a certain range, sweeping away their cowardice and unleashing their full battle strength. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the battle earlier. He was forced to use the lightning dogs to attack the big lightning dog. In the end, the lightning dogs were too timid to advance, trembling in fear, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan could only expend his mental energy to urge them to fight, causing his mental strength to be greatly depleted. Beast kings would have a form of suppression and deterrence towards ordinary wild beasts. But if Fang Yuan used Dog Guts Goo earlier and applied its effect on his lightning dog group, then these lightning dogs would be full of courage, no longer afraid, and could bravely attack the big lightning dog. Thus, although Dog Guts Goo was not an offensive goo, it was an excellent support goo. It targeted dog beasts, increasing their courage and raising their morale forever. Dog Guts Goo is only rank 2. It can allow ordinary dogs to overcome the deterrence of 100 Beast King. Further up is the rank 3 Dog Guts Mountain Goo. It can resist the deterrence of 1,000 Beast King. At rank 4, it is the Dog Guts Sea Goo. It can resist the aura of a myriad Beast King. If it is lucky enough to advance to rank 5, it will be the famous Dog Guts Heaven Goo. It can make eunuchs go crazy and old dogs go crazy, even facing the Emperor of Dogs. It has the courage to overturn them. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. and also knew that in King Quan inheritance, there were goo related to dog guts from rank 1 to rank 5. In his previous life, many people obtained rank 3 and 4 dog guts goo. There was also a lucky person who obtained the only rank 5 dog guts heaven goo. I want to achieve great things in King Quan inheritance. Having dog guts goo is a must. Fang Yuan had to admit he had a desire for dog guts goo, but he did not move towards the left but towards the front. He chose the steel armor dog group. Although he really wanted dog guts goo, he did not let it get to his head. Chrysanthemum Akita dog group was extremely united and had great battle strength in group battles. They were tough to deal with. At the same time, their dog king was hidden very well. Fang Yuan could not find it. This was a huge hidden danger. But the steel armor dog group was different. Their dog king was very obvious. And Fang Yuan had a weapon that was specially used to deal with the steel armor dog group. Fang Yuan walked out of the fog, and the steel armor dog group was very alert, immediately reacting. As the 100-beast king, the big steel armor dog howled towards the sky, and the dog group quickly gathered around it. The whole process, Fang Yuan watched quietly. He did not attack like last time. Last time was because he had rank 2 dog enslavement goo, but this time he did not have it. Chapter 356. The 2 dog groups confronted each other. On Fang Yuan's side, the blue lightning symbol dog group was supported by gray hedge dogs, orange chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and others. On the other hand, the steel armor dog group was covered in a heavy black color. Fang Yuan moved the big lightning symbol dog to the front lines and waved his hand. The dog group split into the vanguard and attacked first. The big steel armor dog barked, seeing the big lightning symbol dog appear. It also joined the fray. The steel armor dog group followed closely behind it. A black mass, like a lump of dark cloud, flew down from the hill with an imposing aura. The dog group collided. Fang Yuan's vanguard was limited and was immediately engulfed by the steel armor dog group. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel armor dog group could not take down this tough bone. The big lightning symbol dog was after all a 100-beast king. It charged left and right in the dog group's encirclement. It was very valiant. Ordinary Thai family dogs were not its match at all. Woof! The big steel armor dog stood up, finally restraining the big lightning symbol dog's ferocious charge. In the end, only a 100-beast king could restrain a 100-beast king. In the intense battle, the big lightning symbol dog was gradually losing ground. It had just gone through a battle, it was injured, and its battle strength was not at its peak. Moreover, its advantage was speed. Now that it was fighting against the big steel armor dog that specialized in defense, it was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan saw this and sent his dogs forward. The new troops charged into the battlefield like a torrent, bringing chaos with them. But the opponent was a steel armor dog with outstanding defense. It specialized in this kind of battle. Although Fang Yuan sent his army and only left a few dogs to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Whether it was a battle between 100-beast kings or a battle between dog groups, he was at a disadvantage. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. In fact, this was the result he wanted. He was waiting for the weapon that could restrain the steel armor dog group to appear. Woof! The big lightning symbol dog could not resist the big steel armor dog's attack. It suddenly barked and spat out a blue liquid. Rank 2 plasma goo. That's it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The steel armor dogs gathered around the dog king and attacked the big lightning symbol dog. On the other side, they were being squeezed by Fang Yuan's dogs, so their formation was especially dense, forming a black iron bucket formation. Blue plasma. It landed on the ground and sprayed everywhere. A large number of steel armor dogs, covered in plasma, instantly trembled and howled, not to mention the drastic drop in combat power. The operation of the entire dog pack was greatly hindered. The armor dog lived up to its reputation. His leather armor was made of metal. Iron gave them a defense that far surpassed that of their peers. But at the same time, they were harder to defend against lightning strikes. Plasma goo's attack power was not high, but if it was used on an armored dog, it would be quite impressive. The large lightning symbol hound continued to spit out plasma that covered the battlefield, greatly reducing the combat power of the steel armor hounds. Under the effect of the plasma goo, the battle formation that was originally as sturdy as an iron bucket began to crumble. He suddenly became extremely weak. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and urged the dogs to pounce. The dogs were outside. They resonated with the big lightning symbol dog at the center, erupting with immense destructive power. If one looked from above, they would see that the black color on the ground was first covered by patches of blue before being devoured by the other colors. The black color became lesser and lesser, while the blue, yellow, and gray colors became stronger, leaving behind more and more colors. The situation of the battlefield changed rapidly. Soon, Fang Yuan reversed the situation and killed most of the steel armor dogs surrounding the big lightning symbol dog at the center. Sensing the danger, the goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog's body also erupted. The big lightning symbol dog became even stronger, and many black spikes protruded from its body. 15 minutes later, the big lightning symbol dog bit the big lightning symbol dog's throat, and it fell down unwillingly. Blood flowed on the ground, and it did not get up again. The battle was over. Of the two goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog, one was destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle, while the other flew away. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. To kill this 100-beast king, he had paid a huge price. Less than half of the dog group was left, and they were in a precarious situation for the rest of the challenge. After the 20th round, a beast king would appear. With a beast king, the dogs would display even greater battle strength. At the same time, the beast king itself was a huge threat. The more goo worms the beast king had, the stronger it was, and the worse it would be for the goo master challenging the challenge. Fang Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big lightning symbol dog he encountered had two goo worms. Especially one of the goo, it could attack and defend at the same time, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. Challenging the three kings' inheritance also depended on one's luck. The steel armor dog group was Fang Yuan's best choice this time. But Fang Yuan's luck was slightly worse. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo fell from the sky, landing in Fang Yuan's hands as a reward. Fang Yuan did not use the spring autumn cicada, and with the help of the heavenly power, he instantly refined this goo. This goo is the key to my next challenge. With such a resolution, Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog. In front, on the left and right, there were lights flashing. They were a large number of corpse dogs, a certain number of een dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, carefully distinguishing. His strength was limited this time. It was important to choose his opponents. He had to pick the weakest ones. But he could not forget the reward after the challenge. If I can defeat the corpse dogs group, I can get a white silver relic goo. Killing the een dogs, the reward is a simultaneous 2 tasks goo. White silver relic goo had no use to Fang Yuan. At his level, only the yellow silver relic goo was attractive. Unfortunately, the yellow silver relic goo was restricted even in Shang Clan City. Rank 4 goo masters were already experts in the mortal goo master world. One yellow silver relic goo could influence or even change it. The difference in battle strength between rank 4 goo masters. In the market, The white silver relic goo was circulating, while the yellow silver relic goo was very rare. It was often strictly controlled. Fang Yuan knew that super clans like Shang Clan definitely had a lot of yellow silver relic goo in stock. But even if he had the purple thorn token, he could not buy them. Shang Yanfei kept these yellow silver relic goo in his hands, not allowing them to flow into the market. This was an invisible temptation. If Fang Yuan was sincere in joining Shang Clan, the yellow silver relic goo would be a method to reward him. Shang Yanfei's shrewdness. He could not be compared to ordinary people. Fang Yuan did not want to compete with him for a yellow silver relic goo. It would distract him. In the Three Kings' Inheritance, there is a yellow silver relic goo, but that is after the 40th round. If I can get one by luck, the situation will improve greatly. Fang Yuan had a need for the yellow silver relic goo. He had a desire, but he was very clear whether he could get the yellow silver relic goo. It depended on his own luck. This could not be forced. As for the dual-use goo, it could easily split a goo master's mind into two. It was very convenient for commanding the insect beast army. Fang Yuan could already do 4 things at once. If he added this goo, he could do 6 things at once. Dual-use goo, and it is only a rank 2 goo. Further up, there are 3 things at once, 4 things at once, 5 things at once goo, and so on. Multi-use goo is a necessary goo for enslavement path goo masters. Wait, this is... Fang Yuan saw a change in the light on his right. After the large hyena group disappeared, a bronze plate appeared in front of him. Normally, the reward for victory was an enslavement path goo, but the reward here was a little special. It was an unremarkable bronze token. The bronze token was clearly crudely made. Its shape was not even neat, as if it was casually molded by a person's hand. On the surface of the bronze token, there was an image of Sancha Mountain, but the lines of this image were simple and crude. It was filled with a feeling of being rushed. With one look, one could tell that the person who had created this medallion had not put much effort into it. He had been sloppy and casual. But when Fang Yuan saw this token, his eyes shined. This is King Quan's travel token. He immediately threw the white silver relic goo and the dual-use goo to the back of his mind. I was really lucky to encounter this travel token. I must get it. Fang Yuan's determination was firm. He had to get this token no matter what. This bronze token looked worthless, but it was one of the best items. Right now, the public had not realized its value. But Fang Yuan clearly remembered that in the later stages of Three Kings' Inheritance, this bronze token was worth as much as a rank 4 goo. But this hyena group is huge, and most importantly, there are 2 dog kings. If I choose the right side, I will have to take a huge risk. The ideal plan is to use the rank 2 dog enslavement goo to subdue a large hyena in battle. But even so, even if I win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and I will not be able to advance to the next round. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. This was the benefit of having an abundance of resources. It could let Fang Yuan understand the pros and cons of a choice. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to take a risk. Since he walked the demonic path, he had to take risks and take an unconventional path to obtain the greatest benefits. After making a choice, he would not regret it. This was a happy life. For hours later, the tragic battle slowly came to an end. Dog corpses were everywhere on the hill. Blood flowed, and limbs were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood on the hill, his body also injured. In this goo immortal blessed land, he could not use his original goo, and was very weak. But I won in the end. Fang Yuan looked at his footsteps. There were only a dozen dog beasts left, and sighed. His dog beasts were almost all dead. In this cruel demonic inheritance, there was no hope of continuing. But Fang Yuan still had a trace of hope in his heart. The heavenly power descended, and teleported him into the fog again. If I can meet Bai Ningbing and borrow her strength, I can continue. But Fang Yuan was disappointed. In 3 directions, there were huge dog groups. If he did not have the token, Fang Yuan would definitely die. He took out the token he had just obtained. Holding the token in his hand, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the token, and Fang Yuan opened his mouth again and called out to the token, "Woof." The token shined brightly, the void shattered, and Fang Yuan was sucked in. Chapter 357. Mountain winds blew gently at the waist of Sancha Mountain. In an unremarkable bamboo forest, the space suddenly shattered and light blossomed. The light flashed and disappeared. Then, a person appeared in the empty grass. This youngster had black hair and black eyes. His expression was calm, and he was holding a token in his hand. It was Fang Yuan. "I came out from King Quan Inheritance." Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur, and the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and confirmed there was no danger in the surroundings, and he was at the waist of Sancha Mountain. According to his initial estimation, his cave was at the north of Sancha Mountain, and the cave he had once occupied with Bai Ningbing was at the southeast direction. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. Sancha Mountain's unique 3 peaks stood proudly in the clouds, like 3 spear tips that were shoulder to shoulder. The light pillar on the mountain peak had already shrunk. The yellow light pillar represented the door to King Quan Inheritance. The blue light pillar represented King Xian, and the red light pillar led to King Bao Inheritance. The light pillar's current size had already shrunk by half compared to when Fang Yuan had just entered. As time passed, the more Gu masters entered the inheritance, the smaller the light pillar would become until it completely disappeared. At that time, the door to the 3 inheritances would close. After a period of time, the light pillar would open again and cause another round of carnage. Fang Yuan lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. There were already several deep cracks on the surface of this ugly King Quan token. Fang Yuan was not surprised. King Quan's token could only be used 3 times at most. After 3 times, the token would completely shatter into pieces and become useless. But 3 chances to escape was already extremely precious. This was not only a good chance to survive. More importantly, Gu masters had a psychological advantage and could make more choices. Fang Yuan kept this token and rushed to the cave he had stayed in not long ago. "Ah, it's Fangzeng! Little Beast King has finally appeared." Along the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters be it the righteous path. Regardless of whether it was the Devil Dao, they all stared at him with strange and amazed gazes. What happened? Fang Yuan frowned, keenly aware that something important had happened. On the way, he casually caught a person and interrogated him. It turned out that Bai Ningbing had killed a Tai clan Gu master in King Quan Inheritance. After leaving the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by the Tai clan. Tai clan Gu masters surrounded the cave. They surrounded Bai Ningbing. For rank 3 peak stage, Gu masters attacked at the same time. Using the iron cabinet Gu, he sealed the surrounding area. Bai Ningbing failed to break out of the encirclement and was now being attacked by Tai clan's Gu masters. Little Beast, Wang Da's people, this matter has caused a huge commotion recently. The entire Sancha Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a personal grudge, but a battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. Actually, everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Lord, once you make a move, that Tai clan Gu master will not be able to resist. You are a genius of our Devil Dao, the banner of our demonic Dao. Lord, this lowly one has said everything. Can this lowly one leave now? That unlucky fellow who was caught by Fong Yuan cried and begged. Such a huge matter actually happened. Fong Yuan held the unlucky fellow's collar and frowned slightly. Although this news was shocking, it was not out of Fong Yuan's expectations. But it was not out of Fong Yuan's expectations. To challenge the three kings' inheritance, there would naturally be conflicts. This was a demonic inheritance. The competition was extremely cruel. Sometimes, even if one wanted to retreat, they could not. Tai clan has the rust flower goo. This goo is in the souls of Tai clan goo masters. Whoever kills a Tai clan member will be stained with this formless fragrance. It is not surprising that Bai Ningbing was found. Fong Yuan nodded and muttered, "Lord, you are truly knowledgeable. You are absolutely right. You don't know, these days you did not appear. The entire Sancha Mountain is talking about you, saying you are a coward and became a tortoise after encountering the super clan Tai clan. Do you think I am not clear what kind of person you are? This lowly one admires Lord the most. The moment you arrived at Sancha Mountain, you killed Tyrant, beheaded Fei Li, and took care of Flying Sky Tiger. Who doesn't know of your prestige? Who doesn't know of it? You must have your reasons. It is not worth telling outsiders. Now that you are here, won't those Tai clan members be scared witless and kneel down, begging Lord to let them go?" Fong Yuan had great strength. Grabbing this unlucky goo master's collar made it hard for him to breathe, and his face turned purple. But this goo master, in order to survive, kept on flattering and displayed his enormous life potential. Fong Yuan heard his words and sank into contemplation. After a while, he slowly said, "You are right." His grip loosened. This rank 3 goo master's face immediately showed great joy. What kind of person is Lord? Anyone with a discerning eye knows very well what kind of person Lord is. He is absolutely a great hero. A great hero. Those slandering Lord are all bastards. Their dog eyes are blind. Lord, this lowly one has always supported you and even argued with others. He. But right at this moment, Fong Yuan sneered. His hand moved like lightning, attacking fiercely like an eagle's claw, grabbing this rank 2 goo master's neck. Crack! The goo master's eyes opened wide. His spine was completely crushed by Fong Yuan, dying on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the goo masters who were hiding and observing in the dark could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fong Yuan was an influential person, but because of Bai Ningbing's matter, his traces were exposed the moment he appeared, and his every action attracted the attention of many people. Fong Yuan killed this person and immediately searched his body. Unfortunately, be it on his body or in his aperture, the goo worms had all self-destructed. Fong Yuan moved like lightning, but how could he be faster than a person's thought? A person's thought could be as fast as lightning, not even 1/100th of the time it takes to blink an eye. In the outside world, the chances of obtaining goo worms as spoils of war from a goo master were quite low, unlike in the 3 kings' inheritance, where there was the suppression of heaven and earth. Rank 1 to 5 goo worms could not self-destruct. Looking at Fong Yuan's skillful body search method, the goo masters who were observing in the dark felt a chill in their hearts and could not help but deepen. Such skillful methods, how many people has he killed? Fong Zheng did not even let off a rank 2 goo worm. He is clearly a rank 4 goo. It can be seen how greedy he is. Fong Zheng is extremely bloodthirsty. That goo master had clearly begged for mercy. There was no mercy at all, but he still did not let him go. Have you guys seen enough? If you have, then scram. Fong Yuan raised his head and stood up, his fierce gaze sweeping around as he shouted in a low voice. Soon after, from the lush grass, the dense forest, the mountain stream, under the soil and rocks, figures appeared. These figures quickly retreated, and in a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared. Fong Yuan's surroundings regained its calmness. It was hard to imagine that there were so many people hiding just now. Fang Yuan was infamous now. He had consecutively killed 3 rank 4 middle stage demonic goo masters. He did things by hook or by crook, despicable and cold-blooded, cruel and bloodthirsty. These people were all scared out of their wits by Fang Yuan's simple words and did not dare to loiter around in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and looked around again before leaving the place. But he knew there were definitely people watching him. Those who were scared away by him were all small fries. The rest definitely had their own unique abilities and the capital to be confident. Fang Yuan did not care about them and swaggered out of the place. In fact, although his combat power was outstanding, scouting was a weakness of his. Moreover, these goo masters who were secretly following him were definitely experts in speed. Even if Fang Yuan discovered them, with just the charging crash goo in his hands, it would be very difficult to chase after them. Where is he going? This direction isn't where by Ningbing is trapped. Did he discover me? Just now, when he swept his gaze over, my heart skipped a beat. Is Little Beast King afraid? Wait a minute, this cave seems to be Li Xian's residence. These goo masters carefully followed Fang Yuan, and were inwardly astonished when they saw Fang Yuan stop at a cave entrance. Little Beast King's partner, the inseparable white demon by Ningbing, was trapped, but Little Beast King did not seem anxious at all. Instead, he walked to Li Xian's residence. This Li Xian was a demonic goo master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had a crafty nature and had never suffered a loss, a troublesome character. Could it be that Little Beast King was unhappy with Li Xian and came to find trouble with him? The goo masters following behind Fang Yuan secretly guessed. Fang Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Li Xian's attention. Li Xian had already set up a scouting method near the cave. Little Beast King, Human Wangda, what a rare guest. What business do you have with me? Li Xian took the initiative to welcome Fang Yuan. When he was 20 steps away, he stopped and cupped his fists in greeting. He did not dare to get too close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a temperamental thug. Li Xian, this unscrupulous businessman, also felt uneasy when facing him. Fang Yuan's arrival was out of his expectations. Who knew what this crazy, crafty, and shameless Fang Yuan would do in the next moment? Thus, Li Xian's expression was amiable and full of smiles, but he was already extremely vigilant in his heart. I came to find you to make a deal, of course. Why, aren't you going to invite me in? Fang Yuan lightly smiled, his gaze deep. Since you are a guest, I will naturally welcome you. Please come in, please come in. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he moved aside, letting Fang Yuan enter first. Fang Yuan swaggered to his side and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked side by side with Fang Yuan into the cave. The two of them went in. I can't track them anymore. There are investigative goo all around this cave entrance. Once I barge in, I will definitely be viewed as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel that Li Xian is going to be unlucky this time? Fuck me, I can already foresee a thunderous explosion later. The earth will shake, and the mountains will shake, and the scene of the two of them fighting. Li Xian is rank 4 upper stage. He definitely has a lot of trump cards. If they fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Chapter 358. Inside the cave, Li Xian invited Fang Yuan to a seat and sat beside him. Please have some tea. Li Xian stretched out his 5 stubby fingers. With a flick of his fingers, a cup of fragrant tea appeared in his open palm. Fang Yuan looked at the tea and did not move. He did not take it, instead sighing, Eastern Sea's blue sky goo is really useful. This goo not only has a large capacity, it far surpasses other goo of the same rank. It is also fast and convenient to use. Oh, to think that Sir Little Beast King recognizes this goo. Li Xian's gaze shone slightly. He was not a southern border native, but a wanderer from Eastern Sea. Blue sky goo was a goo worm that only Eastern Sea had, and was very rare in Eastern Sea. When Li Xian interacted with others, he often used this goo to display his methods. Southern border goo masters did not recognize this goo, but when they saw this method, they would often think highly of Li Xian. Fang Yuan smiled and said slowly, "This rank 4 blue sky goo is refined from rank 3 empty warehouse goo. The success rate is very low, and it is very rare even in Eastern Sea. If blue sky goo wants to advance further and advance to rank 5, the best method is to fuse it with sky well goo to refine. Rank 5 blue sky well goo. But this sky well goo is a natural goo that only exists in Eastern Sea's Sky Well Island. Li Xian, it will be troublesome if you want to advance. In this southern border, only Yi clan has the heavenly well goo. Yi clan was a super clan on par with Shang clan, Wu clan, and Tai clan. They had close relations with Eastern Sea forces. Yi clan's trade was very prosperous, second only to Shang clan. Their flying blue whale caravan traveled by air. They did not even have Shang clan. Empty warehouse goo, sky well goo, blue sky well goo, as well as Sky Well Island. How does Little Beast King know so much? Li Xian was shocked and suspicious when he heard Fang Yuan's words. The Goo Master world was extremely vast between southern border, northern plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. There were natural barriers, it was hard to communicate with each other, and information was also blocked. Li Xian had already investigated Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan was a native of southern border. How could he be so knowledgeable at such a young age? He even knew about Eastern Sea in detail. Li Xian could not help but feel a vague pressure in his heart. Strange. Where did this Little Beast King come from? How did he know so much? Could it be that there is an expert behind him? With his age and experience, how could he know so much detail? That's right. He had stayed in Shang clan for a period of time. He might have received guidance from Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, a rank 5 upper stage Goo Master, an expert at the peak of the mortal realm. Under his guidance, it is not surprising that the Little Beast King knows these things. Li Xian's eyes kept flickering, and his heart was filled with doubts. His whole body was stiff, and his hand was still holding the purple clay teacup. That's not right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he realized the crux of the matter. I originally wanted to display my skills and suppress him. He didn't expect that he would become restless with just a few words from the Little Beast King. So what if he had Shang Yanfei behind him? Others may be afraid, but I, Li Xian, have my own methods. Humph! Li Xian snorted in his heart and put the teacup in his hand on the table. Using this time, he calmed his mind. He was after all an elite of the demonic path, and in just a few breaths of time, he adjusted his state of mind and calmly faced Fang Yuan again. But this time, his gaze was filled with vigilance and seriousness. Sir Little Beast King, drink some tea. What transaction do you want to make with me this time? Li Xian asked. Don't think too much. It is just an ordinary transaction. Fang Yuan said, and took out goo worms from his aperture, showing them to Li Xian. These goo worms were the spoils of war he obtained from killing goo masters in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3, rank 4, but none of them were suitable for Fang Yuan's strength. Seeing these goo, Li Xian's eyelids couldn't help but narrow. He was an astute person, and immediately understood many things. To think this Little Beast King has such skill in the enslavement path. After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 goo masters. Such talent, truly a monster. Li Xian couldn't help but think of Mo Wu Tian. After coming to southern border, He had mingled in the demonic path for so long and had come into contact with all kinds of people. He felt that in terms of aptitude, talent, and temperament, Mo Wu Tian was the best among the younger generation of the demonic path. But today, he realized that this little beast king in front of him had talent on par with Mo Wu Tian. Little beast king, Mo Wu Tian. If these two collide, I wonder what the situation will be like. But Little Beast King's cultivation is slightly weaker now, and Mo Wu Tian is older than him and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered in his heart, but said with an excited tone, "Sir Little Beast King, you are absolutely right to find me for this transaction. I have a goo in my hands right now, and it will be very useful to you." "Oh." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Li Xian spread out his palm, and a ball appeared. This ball had an extremely good appearance, reflecting a bright platinum light. Fang Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that this ball was an ant ball formed from over 100 flying ants climbing and clinging to each other. The appearance of these flying ants was not much different from ordinary ants, other than their size being several times larger. They also had a pair of transparent membranous wings on their bodies. This is a rank 3 gold-eating flying ant goo, a total of 120. Those old fogies from Tai Clan surrounded Lord White Demon, and they used iron cabinet goo in combination with chi flow goo. Right now, the radius of 300 meters around that area has been covered, but in front of this group of flying ants, iron cabinet goo will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sir Little Beast King, I just calculated the price of your goo is just enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled amiably, but out of his expectations. Fang Yuan only took a glance at this group of gold-eating flying ant goo before shifting his gaze. "Who said I want to buy this thing? This is the list. All the things on it are what I want." Li Xian took the list and looked at it. There were many goo worms on this list, as well as numerous refinement materials. Although there were all sorts of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not hard to see that these things were all needed for Strength Path. Bai Ningbing is surrounded by Tai Clan. Why is Little Beast King not anxious at all? Strange. It is not easy to destroy iron cabinet goo with just the Strength Path goo in his hands. Does he have some special method? Or perhaps, among the items on this list, I can refine the nemesis of destroying iron cabinet goo? Li Xian squinted his eyes. A bright light flashed past his eyes as he probed. "Sir Little Beast King, there are many things on this list. I cannot take them out at once. Moreover, the total price is far higher than the goo you want to sell." "No problem, no problem." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "I want to buy all the things on this list. Whatever you have on hand now, you can exchange for it. As for the others, I will have to trouble you to pay more attention in the future. As for money, it is not a problem." Fang Yuan had a lot of yuan stone on hand. He had ample financial resources. Li Xian smiled, but did not probe anything. He could only nod and agree. Light flickered in the cave. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating his attention on the paste in front of him. This paste was colorful and floated in the air, rolling around and emitting a strange fragrance. The fusion of the goo worm had entered the crucial stage. Fang Yuan threw out yuan stone continuously. Piece by piece, the primal stones were thrown into the paste and immediately dissolved into primal essence liquid, diluting the thick paste. Fang Yuan did not care how many yuan stone he threw. He only stopped when the paste thinned to a certain extent. Next, he quickly took out a thunderclap goo. Thunderclap goo was a rank 3 goo. After the paste engulfed it, it immediately flickered with lightning. In an instant, the fragrance in the air intensified, the colorful light dissipated, and blue light filled the air. The lightning produced a slight crackling sound, like a string of small firecrackers being lit. Fong Yuan's breathing rate increased, and when he smelled a trace of burnt smell in the air, his eyes shined brightly. The time is ripe, all-out effort Gu. The image of the boar immediately flashed above his head. Strength Qi Gu. Fong Yuan activated Strength Qi Gu, and the boar phantom attached itself to the formless Strength Qi, immediately raising its threat. Fong Yuan willed, and the boar phantom flew towards the paste. The moment the two collided, lightning shone brightly, illuminating the darkness in the cave. After the light dissipated, the boar phantom in the air had changed greatly. The new boar phantom was twice the size of the boar, with tusks like an elephant and blue fur all over its body, especially the blue fur on its back. It was thick and long, standing in a row and pointing to the sky, with lightning coiling around it. Thunder Boar Phantom. Success, very good. Thunder Boar is comparable to Dragon Elephant, Tiger, and Lion Mastiff. With the strength of Thunder Boar, my battle strength has risen by another level. Next is the strength of the Rock Crocodile. A night passed unknowingly as he cultivated. When the light of dawn shone on Sancha Mountain, Fong Yuan walked out of the cave. He was staying in. Although he was tired, his heart was filled with joy. He had successfully raised the strength of Boar and Crocodile to the strength of Thunder Boar and Rock Crocodile. His battle strength had risen by at least 30%. By Ning Bing, he looked towards the southeast direction. At the waist of the mountain, there was an area covered in a deep purple Qi barrier. The Qi barrier was like a tall tower, sealing the space and isolating the inside from the outside. Iron Cabinet Gu and Qi Transformation, Gu made by Ning Bing, a trapped beast in Tai Clan's cage. Fong Yuan snorted in his heart. This situation looked simple, but it was very subtle. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan, surrounding Bai Ningbing, were all rank 4 middle stage. Although Bai Ningbing was a genius, he was still at rank 4 initial stage. If Tai Clan's death row prison had really made up their mind, they would have captured Bai Ningbing long ago. But they did not. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength to contest for the 3 kings' inheritance. Secondly, they were wary of the purple thorn token in Bai Ningbing's hands. Thirdly, it was to lure Fong Yuan into the trap. Once Fong Yuan barged in, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan could activate the rank 5 search lock Gu together and easily suppress him and Bai Ningbing. In Fong Yuan's previous life, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan used this killer move to capture the demonic Paths Kong Ri Tian. But soon, they were killed by a rank 3 Gu Master. Chapter 359. The dark, purple Qi barrier was like a tall tower, tightly covering the surrounding 300 meters. The Qi barrier did not completely block one's sight, and who knew how many pairs of eyes were hidden outside the barrier? Bai Ningbing, just surrender obediently. You won't be able to escape here. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding Bai Ningbing in the center. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on a huge rock, holding a yuan stone with both hands, replenishing her primeval essence. Bai Ningbing, don't have any delusions. You killed our Tai Clan's people, and still want to escape? Humph! Tai Clan's 4 old-timers stared at Bai Ningbing with solemn gazes, tightly surrounding her. Bai Ningbing's squinted eyes slowly opened. Her blue pupils were calm, and her tone was cold as ice. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, what use is there in saying so much? If you want to kill me, just bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ningbing, die in your hands, I will drag a few of you down with me. Pausing for a moment, she continued, maintaining this Qi barrier must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? Hee, I know the 4 of you specialize in joint attacks, and I am only a rank 4 initial stage. But please believe me, if you kill me, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. What if my companion appears? What will you do then? You, Thai clans for old-timers were speechless. Bai Ningbing's words, although she borrowed Fang Yuan's power, hit their weak spot. Bai Ningbing, don't be so stubborn. Come, let me fight you. One of Thai clans for old-timers stood up. He. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly, standing up and accepting the challenge. She had silver hair and snow-white clothes, standing out from the crowd. Even though she was trapped, she was still calm and collected, giving off a carefree aura of someone who disregarded life and death. Both sides fought. Sand and rocks flew in the chi barrier, snow-white light shone, and metal collided. On a short mountain peak far away, a group of Shang clan Gu masters stood. The tag team battle has started again. This Bai Ningbing is indeed a famous person in the battle stage. To be able to resist the attacks of 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters, she is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ningbing has outstanding battle talent and is indeed very strong. However, the other reason is that the Thai family's 4 elders don't dare to use their full strength. Someone analyzed. Not bad. The Thai family's 4 elders were apprehensive, afraid of Bai Ningbing's final counterattack. They were proficient in joint attacks, but their individual battle strength was not as high as a Gu master of the same cultivation level. Once we lose a member, our overall strength will plummet, and it will be difficult for us to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. What I'm worried about now is that Bai Ningbing has the Red Bud token. Once she reveals it, should we act? Don't do anything for now. I've already sent a message back, and the family has already sent strong reinforcements. Elder Yihua is already on his way. Hearing this news, Shang clan's Gu master spirits rose. Yihua was not an ordinary Gu master. He was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan and had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He was Shang Yanfei's right-hand man. He was sent here to change the situation of the entire Sancha Mountain. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Bai Ningbing is killed by Thai family, Shang clan's business will be ruined. In a bush, Meng Tu's eyes shone as he stared at the battle inside the chi barrier, speaking with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life, and was also a rank 3 peak stage Gu master like his partner Jiao Huang. These 2 were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. Back then, even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Gu master Xiao Fu Lu died in their hands. They received a promise from Shang clan that if they could kill Fang and Bai, they would be allowed to join Shang clan. They had already fought on Huatan Mountain, but the lava crocodile group they attracted did not bring much trouble to Fang and Bai. The 2 did not give up and followed Fang and Bai to Sancha Mountain, waiting for an opportunity. Sai, what can we do? We are good at assassination, but not at attacking. The chances of success are too low if we attack in public. If Bai Ningbing dies, we can't do anything. We can only do our best for this transaction and leave it to fate. The old man Jiao Huang sighed. Yes, who knows how many eyes are watching us in the dark. We might even approach stealthily and get discovered halfway. Meng Tu weakly added. They were assassination Gu masters and paid particular attention to concealment. They did not attack, but once they did, they would kill in one blow. Before attacking, they had to go through meticulous calculations, make large amounts of preparations, and then unleash their full strength. If the chances of success were too low, they would absolutely not attack and would rather give up on the transaction. This was also the reason why they were still alive after being in the demonic path for so long. Every famous Gu master had their own unique way of survival. Thai clan's 4 old men are in an awkward situation now. Li Xian stood in front of the chi barrier, watching the battle inside, his eyes squinted, filled with a gloating smile. Although this place had already become the focus of Sancha Mountain's attention, Li Xian did not care at all. He was extremely confident that he would not be exposed in front of everyone. This confidence came from the rank 5 goo in his possession, concealment and invisibility goo. Once goo worms reached rank 5, they became rare. Many rank 5 goo masters would only have 1 or 2 rank 5 goo worms in their possession for many years. Concealment and invisibility goo could only be seen through by rank 5 special investigative goo. But Three Kings' Inheritance had just opened not long ago, and no one had even broken through to the middle stage, so it was not enough to attract those rank 5 goo masters. Li Xian also had his own fortuitous encounter, obtaining a rare rank 5 goo when he was rank 4. This iron cabinet goo's recipe was researched and refined by Tai Clan's refinement pathmaster, Tai Tong. His original intention was to research and refine a sturdy and safe storage goo. After the first refinement, he gave it to Tai Shuelong to test. In the end, the divine investigator used it to capture people, and it was very durable. If it was supplemented with Qi transformation goo, the effect would be even better. From then on, iron cabinet goo became Tai Clan's method to capture demonic goo masters. But now, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers have to maintain this iron cabinet goo and Qi transformation goo and are unable to attack together. If the 4 of them attack together, this purple Qi barrier will vanish. Without any obstruction, if Bai Ningbing escapes, it would be a huge loss of face. Ha ha. Interesting. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers are in a difficult position now. Li Xian's lips curled up uncontrollably as he watched a good show. But when he thought of a person, his smile slowly faded. Little Beast King actually did not come to rescue her. Did he see the subtlety of this situation? Or is he so cold-blooded and heartless that he directly gave up on Bai Ningbing? No matter which it is enough to show how terrifying this person is. I should just send that goo to him. A goo was handed to Fang Yuan. It was shaped like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. People called it ancient bronze skin goo. Bronze skin goo existed from rank 1 to rank 3, but if it advanced to rank 4, it would be ancient bronze skin goo, and its defense would be even stronger than rank 3 bronze skin goo. Li Xian, you are indeed a famous merchant in the demonic path. You can take out ancient bronze skin goo so quickly. I feel that making a deal with you was the right choice. I don't have tea here. Please have a drink. Fang Yuan's tone was polite and his expression was amiable as he received Li Xian and poured wine for him. Not at all. It is my honor to be able to do business with little Beast Wang. Li Xian was very humble and placed his position very low. The two conversed for a while, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. If outsiders who were not in the know saw this, they would feel that these two were kind and refined. Who would think that these two were two-faced and ruthless demonic goo masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me Fangzeng. I will give you 50,000 yuan stone first as a deposit. Fang Yuan took out the primeval elder goo and with a wave of his hand took out 50,000 yuan stone. The primeval elder goo was like a crystal ball. The more yuan stone it stored, the friendlier old man Yun Xiao in the ball. Li Xian looked at old man Yun Xiao's smiling face, and his evaluation of Fang Yuan rose by another level. There is something I need to trouble you with, Fang Yuan said. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he quickly said, Please speak. Fang Yuan brought Li Xian deep into the cave and pointed at a stone vat. I made a stone vat, but there is no fire-type goo. Li Xian, I need your help to boil these copper pieces into liquid and store them in the stone vat. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I happen to have a batch of fire-type goo. This is easy. It is as easy as lifting a finger. The temperature in the cave rose rapidly. After a while, Li Xian boiled these copper pieces into liquid metal, almost filling up the stone vat. Fang Yuan took out charcoal and piled it under the stone vat to keep it warm. Then, under Li Xian's shocked gaze, he lightly jumped into the vat. The scalding copper water instantly burned his clothes to pieces with a sizzling sound. Fang Yuan's whole body was soaked in the copper water. Only his head was exposed. Little beast Wangda, why are you doing this? Li Xian could smell the smell of roasted meat. Fang Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin goo in his aperture while gritting his teeth. Li Xian, don't you know? There is a trick to using this ancient bronze skin goo, that is to use it with the copper liquid to increase the speed by 30%. The ancient bronze skin goo needed to be activated for a period of time to turn the goo master's skin into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the copper liquid, the time would be shortened. Li Xian had already heard of this, but he did not think of this. When he prepared these things for Fang Yuan, he thought they were supplementary materials for goo refinement, because this method was extremely painful and cruel. The goo master had to touch the boiling copper liquid with their skin and could not use any defensive methods. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. But was Little Beast King a masochist? On the way back, Li Xian kept thinking about this question, causing him to be in a daze. At the same time, there was another person who was also talking about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet? Bai Ning Bing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half closed, having a bad feeling. Chapter 360. A goo worm floated above Fang Yuan's head. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's body slowly fell to activate this goo. This goo was like a black bone, round at both ends and long and thin in the middle. It floated in the air, emitting waves of black light. The black light shone on Fang Yuan's body, passing through his skin and flesh, affecting his bones. Fang Yuan had already used the iron bone goo. His skeleton was pitch black and as hard as iron. But under the effect of this goo, his bones gradually became harder. This was essence iron bone goo, a rank 4 goo worm. One could obtain iron bone goo by reverse refining it. 3 days after Li Xian handed over the ancient bronze skin goo, he personally handed it to Fang Yuan. Essence iron bone goo could make Fang Yuan's bones even harder. The effect was several times that of the iron bone goo. But at the same time, the time it needed was also several times longer. These days, Fang Yuan had been using essence iron bone and ancient bronze skin, these two goo, to refine his body. During this period, he was also using Nine Eyes liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, refining the initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Next, he used the bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture walls, increasing his aperture's foundation. He grasped every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and could feel his strength growing a little every day. It has been over a month since I came out of King Quan inheritance. The ancient bronze skin goo is almost used, but essence iron bone goo is still far from success, unless I use a time path goo to accelerate time. Fang Yuan pondered. Time path was a goo master path related to time. The goo masters of this path used goo worms that were related to time and darkness. Third watch goo and spring autumn cicada were the representatives. But in fact, time path goo were not limited to these. There were many more. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were all sorts of them. Ordinary goo masters, if they did not have the patience to do this kind of painstaking work and wanted to speed it up, they would ask a time path goo master for help or use their own time path goo to accelerate time. But my situation is different from ordinary goo masters. I have spring autumn cicada with me. If I speed it up, it will recover faster, and that will be my death wish. In the goo immortal blessed land on San Cha Mountain, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had entered King Quan inheritance for some time, and spring-autumn cicadas' recovery had already improved. Thus, Fang Yuan could only be patient and work hard. Just as he was cultivating, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the cave. "Little Beast King, can you come out for a chat?" Fang Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person. His gaze narrowed. "So it is Elder Yihua." Yihua was very handsome. He had sharp eyes and a tall nose. His long red hair was like a burning flame. He was a fire path Gu master and was very famous in the whole of southern border. People called him Blazing Prairie. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is Shang Yen Fei's right-hand man and is ranked above White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. He is a fire path Gu master and is very famous in southern border. Only Shang Yen Fei can order him around. Once he arrives, San Cha Mountain's situation will change. These thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he led Yihua into the cave. "Little Beast King, my purpose here is very simple. I want to invite you to join our Shang clan." Yihua entered the cave, but did not sit down, and directly stated his purpose. "Join your Shang clan?" Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could feel Fire Prairie's swift and decisive nature. "That's right." Yihua nodded and stared at Fang Yuan, smiling. "You and Bai Ningbing have stayed in our Shang clan for a period of time. You must have a deep understanding of our Shang clan's strength. I won't say much. The important thing is your companion Bai Ningbing has been trapped by Tai clan's 4 old-timers for 2 months. As long as you two join our Shang clan, I will immediately appear and rescue Bai Ningbing for you." His tone was filled with confidence, as if rescuing Bai Ningbing was a matter that could be done easily. When he spoke, his whole body was smiling, his handsome face was as perfect as a sculpture, and when he revealed his pearly white teeth, he was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Many people couldn't help but feel ashamed when they interacted with her. Yihua and Wei Yang had the same background. They were both tyrants of Shang clan's battle stage, and were absolute geniuses. Among the 5 great generals, he was the most famous, and was publicly recognized as the elder most likely to advance to rank 5. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. He was not surprised that Shang clan sent Yihua. Shang clan had once controlled the situation on San Cha Mountain, but was later suppressed by Wu clan. Afterwards, demonic Gu master experts appeared, causing Shang clan to be even more unable to raise their heads. In such a situation, as a super clan, Shang clan naturally had to send out capable generals to open up the situation here. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Yihua was also sent here by Shang clan and suppressed Wu Shintong, Yichong, and defeated Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian, becoming the tyrant of San Cha Mountain for a time. But afterwards he was unforgiving and forced Long Qing Tian into a corner. Long Qing Tian used Green Halo Gu, and Yihua was poisoned and could only return to Shang Clan City to find Dr. Su Shou to treat him. However, once Yihua came to San Cha Mountain, he came to recruit him. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. "Lord Yihua, I wonder if this recruitment is from Shang Clan, or is it your idea?" Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he asked. "Ha ha ha, of course it is my idea. Fang Zheng, you caused quite a commotion in Shang Clan's battle stage, and almost became the tyrant of the battle stage. I have always been paying attention to you. You are a talent. Joining Shang Clan will be very beneficial to you." Yihua laughed loudly. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, the trace of doubt in his heart dissolving. "Sir Yihua, as far as I know, Shang Clan's external elders do not have the authority to recommend talents, right?" The term external elder caused Yihua to frown slightly. "You're right. But if you can become the tyrant of the battle stage, you can become a Shang Clan elder. With your talent, I believe it is only a matter of time before you dominate the battle stage." Fang Yuan couldn't help but scoff, but did not speak. Yihua's frown deepened. This scoff was extremely piercing to his ears. He controlled his temper. Fang Zheng, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. When I came here, Lord Clan Leader had already promised me, as long as I make great contributions on Sancha Mountain and control the situation here, I will be bestowed the surname of Shang Clan after returning to Shang Clan City. At that time, I will no longer be Yihua, but Shang Hua. As a Shang Clan member, I will have the authority to recommend talents. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan showed an obviously moved expression. His gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yihua waited for a while, but did not get a reply from Fang Yuan. His frown deepened as he asked, "Have you thought it through?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is a very important matter. I need to think about it." Yihua's frown eased a little. "In that case, I will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, I will come back here again. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer." "All right." Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing, and sent Yihua out of the cave. 3 days later. "You still haven't thought it through?" Yihua looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze slightly serious. "This is a serious matter. I really need to think about it." Fang Yuan replied with a deep voice, "All right, I will give you 3 more days." "Fang Zheng, I have high hopes for you." Another 3 days later. "Lord Yihua, I have thought about this matter for a long time. I appreciate your good intentions, but the demonic path is truly free and happy," Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. "What? You thought about it for 3 days and gave me this answer?" Yihua's tone was slightly angry. "Lord Yihua, a forcefully picked melon is not sweet." Fang Yuan's reply was soft but firm, his gaze deep. Yihua gritted his teeth and said with a deep voice, "Fang Zheng, you need to think it through. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers are not easy to deal with. If not for me, Bai Ningbing might not have survived. Other than this, you went to kill Sky Tiger Shui, Sensi. She is Century Boy's goddaughter. Century Boy has been eyeing you covetously. He is a rank 4 upper stage wood path Gu master, a troublesome person in the demonic path." "Oh, is that so?" Fang Yuan showed hesitation. "Then let me think about it. Give me 10 days' time. I will think about it again." 10 days. Yihua immediately frowned. "All right." He thought for a moment and nodded. "Such a long time is enough for you to think it through. I believe you will make the wisest choice. But there is one thing I need to remind you. You can't drag this on any longer. Your woman is in jail now. During this time, anything can happen." Yihua treated Bai Ningbing as Fang Yuan's woman. This knowledge made Fang Yuan feel like it was funny. Whether Bai Ningbing died or not, to him, was not an important matter. Anyway, the poison vow Gu was broken, and he had already matured, having rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Whether Bai Ningbing was saved or not, it was up to him. But without Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan would be alone, and it would have a negative impact on his plans on Sancha Mountain. There is no need to rush to save Bai Ningbing. I am still cultivating and improving. I no longer need the bone, flesh unity Gu. As for Bai Ningbing, she can be placed outside to attract attention for me. I can use this chance to surpass her and suppress her in the future. With so many eyes watching, those 4 old foxes from Tai Clan will not make a move. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. As for Yihua's recruitment, 10 days later. "Lord Yihua, thank you for your good intentions. These days I have been thinking about it, tossing and turning in bed, but I still feel it is better to be free." Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. Yihua's expression naturally turned ugly. "Fang Zheng, are you toying with me time and time again?" "Lord Yihua, you are wrong. I have always been sincere towards you. I understand how you feel. But right now, the most important matter is the 3 Kings' inheritance. It has been a while since it opened." Chapter 361. 5 days later. On Sancha Mountain, 3 light pillars pierced the sky, piercing through the clouds. The red light pillar was as hot as fire. It was King Bao's inheritance. The yellow light pillar was dazzling. It was King Quan's inheritance. The blue light pillar was beautiful. It was King Xian's inheritance. After several months, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Yi Hua looked at the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, his tiger-like eyes flickering with eerie radiance. This is the 3 kings' inheritance. It really has an earth-shattering spirit. As long as I make a great contribution here, I can truly rely on Shang Clan, change my name to Shang Clan, and become a part of Shang Clan. At this moment, there was a surge of passion in his heart. Humph, this little beast, King, doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting me time and time again. However, he seems to know some secrets related to the 3 kings' inheritance. If I can take him in, it will be a great help to me in controlling Sancha Mountain. Yi Hua couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. Yi Hua was one of the 5 great elders of Shang Clan. He had his own intelligence channels. He already knew that Fang Yuan had earned a lot of money from knowing the 3 kings' inheritances' secrets in Shang Clan City. Other than that, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength and had rank 4 middle stage battle strength. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had always been together with Little Beast King. If he recruited one of them, he would naturally obtain the other. Thus, Yi Hua accommodated Fang Yuan and displayed his utmost sincerity to move Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't know what was good for him and rejected him time and time again. Yi Hua couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait until I come out of the 3 kings' inheritance. I will deal with this little beast king and let him know he can't just wait for the right price. However, for now, I should suppress these hindrances. Yi Hua retracted his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze towards the people in the surroundings. Pink butterfly gentleman Kong Ri Tian. Once dyed the blue sky, Long Qing Tian. Wu clan elder Wu Shentong. Yi clan elder Yi Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage Gu master experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would first have to exchange pointers. This time was no exception. Ha ha ha! I've reserved King Bao's inheritance. Who dares to compete with me? Yi Hua raised his head and laughed 3 times. His laughter was wild and heroic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scanned the 4 of them with his tiger-like eyes. He was a fire path Gu master. King Bao was also of the same path. The inheritance of King Bao was naturally his best choice. Prairie fire. Wu Shentong narrowed his eyes as he mumbled, fearful of Yi Hua's fame. Yi Hua was one of the 5 great generals of Shang Clan with the name of Fire Prairie. Powerful and flourishing. Even Wu Shentong had to admit that he was weaker than Yi Hua. Humph, I will fight you. Kong Ri Tian coldly snorted. His body suddenly exploded, unexpectedly transforming into many phoenix-winged golden butterflies. There were hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies. The butterfly wings that were as sharp as knives shrouded Yi Hua. Fire Prairie, you've been in the limelight for the past few years, haven't you? Long Qingtian smiled sinisterly and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh! A green palm of light with poisonous smoke curling around it tore through the void and slapped towards Yi Hua's face. Let me experience it as well. Yi Chong snickered and also attacked. Swoosh! Jade water waves appeared out of nowhere. The waves surged and engulfed Yi Hua at once. 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters attacked Yi Hua at the same time. Good. Yi Hua's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he straightened his arms and fiercely slapped his chest with his palms. Boom! The flame was majestic. It suddenly erupted. In an instant, a fiery red color appeared. It covered the 3 kings' inheritance's light pillar and illuminated the peak of Sancha Mountain. The fire rose with unparalleled heat, wild and fierce. The fire easily covered the water waves and burned the disinfectant palm. The phoenix-winged golden butterflies fled in a sorry state. They flew far away and gathered back into Kong Ritian. This is his rank 5 Gu Prairie Fire. Seeing such a huge fire, Yi Chong and Long Qingtian's expressions slightly changed. Kong Ritian did not speak, while Wu Shintong's eyes shone. Elder Yihua is mighty. Shang Clan's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Yihua stood proudly in the fire, giving people a feeling of a god. His fiery red hair almost fused with the fire, his posture wild and blazing. The fire dissipated, and he walked towards the red light pillar. King Bao inheritance. Along the way, the other 4 Gu masters looked at him with stiff and unsightly expressions, but they did not stop him. This was acknowledging Yihua's strength. After Yihua entered King Bao inheritance, Kong Ritian and the other 3 glanced at each other, but had no interest in fighting. Among them, Kong Ritian and Long Qingtian entered King Xian inheritance, while Wu Shintong and Yi Chong entered King Quan inheritance. Yihua is indeed one of Shang Clan's 5 great generals, possessing the rank 5 Prairie Fire Gu. He is really strong. These days, Yihua has been going to Little Beast King's side. Their relationship is not ordinary. Black and white demons, these 2 are demonic path members, but they are actually the dogs of the righteous path. They have stayed in Shang Clan for some time, and their relationship with Shang Clan's young Master Shang Xian CI is even closer. Everyone knows this. A group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters discussed as they saw Yihua suppress the other 4 Gu masters and walk into the inheritance light pillar. Birds of a feather flock together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had already entered the inheritance. Now it was these people's turn. Century Boy, your goddaughter Shui, Sen-Si was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous path Gu master among the crowd suddenly asked with a sense of schadenfreude. Century Boy snorted. Yihua has rank 5 Gu, but the spar just now was just probing. No one used their true methods. If they really fought, it is still uncertain who will die. Although he said so, he was actually very fearful in his heart. He wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan while Bai Ningbing was locked up. But Yihua kept going to Fang Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and watch silently. Now that he saw Yihua easily suppress the other 4, Century Boy's heart became even heavier. A great opportunity like 3 Kings' inheritance is right in front of us. Who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Let's go in. Soon, this group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters also entered the inheritance. Fang Yuan climbed to the peak, and someone immediately recognized him. Little Beast King. It's Fang Zheng. He entered King Xian inheritance. At the peak, halfway up the mountain, many Gu masters stared blankly at Fang Yuan entering the light pillar. Did he really forget his companions? Bai Ningbing is still trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, but Fang Zheng is completely unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. Even the demonic path Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. Look, this is the cold-blooded and emotionless demonic path Gu masters. Some righteous path Gu masters snorted disdainfully as they evaluated. Fang Yuanyu, Bai Ningbing also witnessed this scene from inside the Qi barrier. Her face was pale from anger. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers looked at each other. Their current situation, it was quite awkward. Although they had successfully trapped Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan did not come to rescue her. This made their defensive tactic become an ironic joke. Damn it! We can't split up. We won't have a share in this 3 Kings' inheritance. How about we retreat? Absolutely not. The four of us attacked together, but got nothing. Retreat now. This is an insult to our Thai clan. We won't be able to raise our heads in the future. Then what should we do? 3 pairs of gazes gathered on the leader of the 4 old-timers. The old man pondered for a while and made a decision. He said solemnly, "Ask for reinforcements." Sham clan has sent reinforcements. Our Thai clan will naturally also send reinforcements. In the current situation, the competition is even more intense. Only rank 4 peak stage strength can fight for a spot. As long as the clan sends a rank 4 peak stage strength, together with the 4 of us rank 4 middle stage strength. Big Brother is absolutely right. Shang clan has sent Ihua. We won't lose face if we ask for reinforcements now. Right, ask for reinforcements from the clan. Boundless gray fog. It filled Fang Yuan's vision, reminding Fang Yuan that he had entered King Xian inheritance. Fang Yuan looked around, unable to differentiate between north, south, east, and west, but in his aperture, spring-autumn cicada happily flapped its wings. Here, the flow of time was still 3 times faster than the outside world. I need to hurry. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency, the constantly recovering spring-autumn cicada. To him, it was a life-threatening sign. He took out the paper crane goo and activated it. To enter King Xian inheritance, the key needed was a paper crane goo. At this moment, Fang Yuan could only use the paper crane goo. The other goo, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all sealed by the heavenly power. The paper crane goo fluttered in the air, flapping its wings and leading the way. Fang Yuan followed the paper crane, moving forward slowly. He walked to a hill, and a blurry figure appeared in the fog. "Human, come outside, let's have a match." The figure spoke. His voice was rough and not continuous. When Fang Yuan got closer, the figure gradually became clearer. He was similar to an ordinary human with 2 hands and 2 legs. But he was tall and muscular, and his whole body was covered in hair. His chest, limbs, even his face, were covered in reddish-brown hair. He stared at Fang Yuan with his bell-like large eyes. "Let's have a match. The loser will die." He growled. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was malevolent. Fang Yuan had already expected this. His expression was calm and not surprised. This was a variant human. There were variant beasts among beasts, like the biao among tigers, the bay among wolves, and the mastiff among dogs. There were also variant humans among humans, and the one Fang Yuan was facing now was one of the variant humans, hairy men. Hairy men were covered in hair. Even their eyelids had a layer of fine hair. This type of variant human had low-level intelligence and innately had talent in goo refinement. In King Xian inheritance, there was a group of hairy men. They were an obstacle for goo masters. Only by defeating them could they continue to advance. And if they lost to the hairy men, the goo master would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men, becoming their food. "Come." Fang Yuan stood 10 steps away from the hairy man, his expression calm. In the air, several goo appeared out of nowhere, as well as some materials lightly landing on Fang Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also obtained a similar set. The goo refinement began. Chapter 362. Records of hairy men were first recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. It was said that Ren Zhu dug out his eyes and turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Sun, and the daughter was Desolate Guyue. While Verdant Great Sun liked to drink good wine, he got into trouble while drinking and was trapped in ordinary abyss. Finally, it was a blessing in disguise, and he obtained the chrysanthemum-like reputation goo, escaping with his life. Because of reputation goo, Verdant Great Sun's reputation gradually grew. Soon, the news that Verdant Great Sun was a drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped bees dragged their beehive and found Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun, I heard you like good wine, and have always said that the wine of the four heaven and earth monkeys is the best. But how can the wine they brew compare to our honey wine? Today, we specially brought the honey wine. Please have a taste. These bees were about the size of a leopard, and the patterns on their bodies looked like tiger stripes. They were gold with black spots on them. They spoke politely, but had a threatening and forceful tone. Verdant Great Sun complained in his heart. This was called a disaster coming from the heavens while staying at home. The tiger-striped bees were extremely strong. He was not their match by themselves. Not to mention, a group of them, Verdant Great Sun could only reluctantly taste the honey wine in the beehive. He had just drunk a mouthful when his eyes shone. The honey wine was sweet, but not greasy. It was mellow and delicious. It was the absolute best wine in the world. Delicious, delicious, too delicious. This honey wine can make people feel like they are the happiest people in the world. Verdant Great Sun drank mouthful after mouthful, praising it endlessly. The tiger-striped bees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Sun, "Then tell me, our honey wine or the four heaven and earth monkeys' wine, which one is better?" Verdant Great Sun was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped bees, directly saying, "Each has its own merits. It is hard to compare." The tiger-striped bees were furious. Their wine was actually on par with that group of damned monkeys. "This Verdant Great Sun is too hateful. We need to teach him a lesson." They were just about to attack when Verdant Great Sun suddenly disappeared. Verdant Great Sun was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. In a daze, he heard a voice calling him in the darkness. "Verdant Great Sun, wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll be eaten." Verdant Great Sun woke up with a start. He found himself tied up and carried by a group of savages. This group of savages was covered in fur. His eyes were a deep blue. He had already lit a bonfire, and there was a big pot on top of the bonfire. The barbarians sat quietly, speaking pleasantly to the ear. "We want to refine eternal goo, and we need a person as the ingredient." In the end, the heavens sent the Verdant Great Sunday. This is a cause for celebration. Man is the spirit of all creatures, and the human ancestor is the ancestor of spirits. The Verdant Great Sun was formed from his left eye. It was full of spiritual energy. In my opinion, this goo refinement will succeed. Quickly throw him into the frying pan. We can obtain eternal goo and live forever. Verdant Great Sun turned pale with fright when he heard these words. He quickly shouted and struggled with all his might. However, the barbarians were unmoved. At this time, Verdant Great Sun once again heard that voice from before. "Sigh, it's useless. These savages, they were all hairy men. Heaven and earth loved them. They had an innate talent to refine goo worms." Verdant Great Sun forgot about the danger and curiously asked in his heart, "Who are you?" That voice replied, "I am divine travel goo. As long as anyone drinks the 4 top quality wines of heaven and earth, I will be born in their heart. I can teleport you to any place." Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. "Then please make a move. Bring me out of here." Divine Travel Goo sighed, "It's useless. Only when you are drunk will you be able to move me. Your mind is so clear right now, it won't work." Verdant Great Sun came to a realization. No wonder I was trapped on the island and almost starved to death. Fortunately, I obtained reputation goo and escaped from ordinary abyss. "So, it was you who harmed me." Divine Travel Goo replied, "Sigh, human, I did not intentionally harm you. It was you who activated my strength when you were drunk. Don't blame me. Last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped bees. It was thanks to me that you escaped. One harmed and one saved. We are even now." Verdant Great Sun also recalled the matter of the tiger-striped bees, and no longer blamed divine travel goo. He was thrown into the pot by the hairy men. The fire burned at the bottom of the pot, and the water temperature gradually rose. Add agate red pepper. A hairy man threw the precious agate red pepper into the pot. The water in the pot immediately turned red, and even dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. Add blue fox smoke infant. A hairy man carried a small fox and threw it into the pot. The small fox was furry and had a pair of black, diamond-like eyes. It was very cute. But once it touched the water, it turned into green smoke and fused into the water. The water in the pot gradually became boiling hot. Verdant Great Sun also felt despair. He could not escape this calamity. The hairy men added many supplementary materials and goo worms one after another. Add vanity goo. A hairy man threw a goo into the pot. This goo was very strange. It looked like a large green crab. But different from a real crab, its shell was hollow. Once it saw Verdant Great Sun, the crab, like vanity goo, was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun? I have heard of you, but to think I could see you here, this is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I am too happy, too excited. Verdant Great Sun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortune of 3 lifetimes. We are going to die soon. I don't care about death. I only want to ask you, how did you become so famous? I am so envious. I admire people like you the most. Vanity Goo asked impatiently. I am not in the mood to talk about this. I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the pot, trying to climb out, but was quickly pressed down by the guarding hairy men. Quickly tell me, quickly tell me. Vanity Goo was not tactful. It wanted to ask for advice. Verdant Great Sun scolded angrily. Look at your current situation. Can't you see it? Vanity Goo opened its eyes wide and stared at Verdant Great Sun, suddenly smiling. I understand. I understand. If you want to be red, you have to endure the heat. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. Verdant Great Sun, in order to thank you, I will do one thing for you. Saying so, the Vanity Goo exploded. The explosion was not intense and was very light. It only produced a soft bang. Next, Vanity Goo turned into a formless poisonous wind, assaulting all of the hairy men's hearts. The serene blue eyes of the hairy men, everything turned red. Verdant Great Sun stared blankly for a good while before coming to his senses. He could not be bothered with the sacrifice of Vanity Goo. He quickly shouted, You hairy men might be able to refine goo, but it is nothing to me. So what if all of you are immortal? You guys look so ugly. It's covered in hair. It's so ugly. The hairy men were stunned. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sunday. But now, the poison of vanity pervaded their hearts and clouded their wisdom. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shout, a hairy man immediately retorted, Nonsense, nonsense! We hairy men are the most beautiful. Our hair is too beautiful to behold. Verdant Great Sun had a flash of inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is it as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drunk the strong wine brewed by the Vajra monkeys, his hair had turned into burning flames. The hairy men heard his words and went into a daze. The beauty of fire. It was changing at every moment. Even they had to admit that Verdant Great Sun's hair movement was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to provoke them. Even if you obtain immortality, you will not be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair. It is the same color as the flames. It is equally moving. The hairy men could not resist his provocation. Finally, a member became restless. You have this kind of hair. I also have it. Watch me. Saying so, he used the torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body was burning. he became a man of fire. Ha ha ha! You only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon, the other members followed suit. One by one, they became men of fire. The flames burned them, and the intense pain made them wail uncontrollably. But even though they knew this, they still did not extinguish the flames, instead boasting and showing off their beauty. Divine Travel Goo was overjoyed, praising Verdant Great Sun endlessly in his heart. Human, you are really too smart. You actually thought of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped the oil pot and successfully survived. He sneered in his heart, It is not that I am smart. It is that vain people will become stupid. They often silently endure pain for the sake of illusory beauty, giving up on what they should be pursuing. Grand white moon gold, skull stone, dragon tusk, small autumn grass, as well as 50 yuan stone, 1 flower bore goo, and 1 borcage goo. These were the materials for Fang Yuan to refine goo, and in front of him, this hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo. Although Fang Yuan was not a refinement path goo master, he had a lot of experience in his previous life. He had a wide range of knowledge in refinement path and knew many recipes. Right now, he had 3 choices. Each choice could refine a new goo worm. The inheritance did not specify what goo to refine. This meant that the goo he refined would at least be better than the hairy man's. Fang Yuan looked at the hairy man's goo refinement process. He had already guessed what goo he was going to refine. He sneered in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile of worship. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. Looking at your goo refinement technique, I am truly in awe. You are a goo refinement master. There is no goo in this world that you cannot refine. Ha! Ha ha! You are sensible. The hairy man heard this and laughed heartily. He was very happy. With this distraction, the goo refinement immediately failed. The hairy man's expression changed. He shouted in panic, No! But it was already too late. The heavenly power descended and turned into a bolt of lightning, turning him into charcoal. Chapter 363. As the light faded, a goo landed in Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage goo. It was specially used to capture wild goo worms and had a miraculous effect. The hairy man opposite him was still in the process of goo refinement. When he saw that Fang Yuan was done, he let out a roar of despair. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and with a crack, he was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance was also incomparably cruel. Every step a goo master took, they had to tread on blood and death. Fang Yuan sighed as he stored the water cage goo and continued to move forward. If he remembered correctly, this was the 32nd round of King Xian inheritance. King Xian inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. With every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase, and the hairy men that appeared would become smarter and stronger. In the first 20 rounds, Fang Yuan could rely on words to flatter the hairy men and disturb their mental states, causing them to fail in their goo refinement and winning without a fight. But at the 30th round, these hairy men had huge bodies and outstanding intelligence. Fang Yuan could only compete with them personally. But fortunately, the goo refinement materials for the first 20 rounds were all in Fang Yuan's hands, giving Fang Yuan ample choice when refining goo. These goo refinement materials could be saved and used as capital for the following rounds. This was also a trick that King Xian left behind when he set up the inheritance back then. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, this trick was only announced a year later and was widely known by everyone. It was kept a secret now, and even if someone figured out this trick, it would only be a small number. Fang Yuan continued to move forward like this. Relying on the rich accumulation in his hands, as well as the love from his previous life, he managed to achieve better results than King Quan's inheritance. And after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance's difficulty increased by several times. At this time, the Gu masters could use one of their Gu worms. But in King Xian inheritance, only refinement path Gu could be used. Fang Yuan did not have any refinement path Gu worms, and the materials he had were almost used up. He started to feel the difficulty of moving forward. Every stage was extremely difficult to pass. But fortunately, after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance would give Gu masters corresponding rewards. These rewards, there were refinement path Gu worms, recipes, Yuan stone, and so on. It was very generous. Fang Yuan made it to the 44th stage and received a chance to be teleported out. He grabbed hold of this opportunity and retreated from King Xian's legacy. The time taken to clear the trial this time was much longer than King Quan's inheritance. Returning to San Cha Mountain, Fang Yuan noticed that the Tai clan's purple barrier was still standing. The 4 elders of the Tai clan were very patient and did not enter the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. As for the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, they had already shrunk beyond recognition and were only as thick as the mouth of a bowl. However, as long as the pillar of light existed, even if it was as thin as a needle, it meant that the door was not closed, and one could still enter. However, every time it was opened, no matter which inheritance it is, a Gu master can only enter it once. Fang Yuan found Li Xian. Carry out another transaction. Li Xian was secretly surprised that Fang Yuan could take out so many things. I have some bad news for you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers have already requested reinforcements from the clan. Tai clan has already sent a group of strong reinforcements. They might harm you. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Tai clan's 4 old-timers' actions were within his expectations. Oh, who are the strong reinforcements? The leader is Tai clan's Tai Bashio. He is a strength path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Other than that, there is also Tai Ruan Nan. This girl is one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan, a rising star who has been in the limelight for the last 2 years. Tai clan's 8 young masters are all dragons and phoenixes among men, especially this Tai Ruan Nan. She is the daughter of Tai clan's divine investigator Tai Shuelong and has already reached rank 4 initial stage at such a young age. Li Xian emphasized on Tai Ruan Nan towards these strong reinforcements of Tai clan. On the contrary, he did not introduce Tai Bashio much. Tai Bashio was already a famous person. Everyone knew about him. But Tai Ruan Nan was a rising star. She could only be said to have some fame and had not reached the level where everyone in southern border knew about her. Li Xian did not know that Fang Yuan was very familiar with Tai Ruan Nan. As expected, she also advanced to rank 4. Tai Bashio, Tai clan really sent this person. Just like in my previous life, Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Li Xian had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and seeing that Fang Yuan's expression was very calm, he felt even more fearful. Little Beast is Wang Da's man. Once Tai clan's reinforcements arrive, Tai clan's 4 old-timers will be able to deal with Bai Ningbing. If you make a move now, it is still not too late. Li Xian advised with a sincere expression. Li Xian, please pay more attention to the following transaction. Fang Yuan smiled and left the cave. Once Fang Yuan left, Li Xian's expression sank. His small eyes flickered with sharp light. I have already fanned the flames, but this little beast king can still sit still? Is he really not worried about his companion's safety? Don't tell me his relationship with Bai Ningbing is not as close as the rumors say. No, Bai Ningbing is so beautiful as a man, he will definitely go and save her. It seems I need to contact who may err. To him, fanning the flames had already become an instinct. Only by watching them fight and fishing in troubled waters could he obtain greater benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei-er's eyes shone with excitement when she heard Li Xian's news. Why would I lie to my little sweetheart? Li Xian smiled as he touched Hu Mei-er's waist. Hu Mei-er laughed charmingly and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, acting spoiled. Brotherly loves me the most. A round bead was quietly lying in Fang Yuan's palm. It was completely golden in color and was only the size of a thumb. In the dim light of the cave, it emitted a faint metallic luster. This was a yellow gold relic goo, a rank 4 goo worm. This goo was strictly controlled by all the clans in the market. Even Li Xian would find it difficult to get his hands on it. Because of this goo, it could directly raise a rank 4 goo master's realm by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the clan's higher-ups. A yellow gold relic goo could change the situation of the higher-ups. I can be considered lucky this time. In King Exine Inheritance, I actually obtained a yellow gold relic goo as a reward. Fang Yuan sighed and activated this goo with a thought. The yellow gold relic goo immediately turned into a golden light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. In Fang Yuan's aperture, 90% of his primeval sea was fluctuating. At the center, the spring-autumn cicada was faintly discernible. The moment the yellow gold relic goo entered, it was firmly suppressed by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fang Yuan could only let the spring-autumn cicada hide before manipulating the yellow gold relic goo. A ball of golden light immediately spread and enveloped the entire aperture. It converged with the bright golden primeval sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were also being nourished. After a night like this, when the morning sun shone on Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. At this moment, he had officially surpassed Bai Ningbing and caught up in terms of cultivation. At the same time, the aperture's sturdiness could withstand more of the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. This caused the life-reaping talisman, spring-autumn cicada, to be slightly delayed for a period of time. Next, it is time to refine goo. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to activate the liquor worm, but took out a goo. This goo was like a quail egg-sized bone ball. On its surface, there were alternating black and white stripes and zebra stripes. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to escape to heaven. That's right, this was the footless bird goo. Although it was only rank 3, it could travel 10,000 li in a day and was a first-rate moving mount below rank 5. But it also had a major flaw: it could only fly once. When it landed, it would be the moment of death. This footless bird goo was the reward Fang Yuan obtained from King Exine Inheritance. 9 Palace Flower, Aspiration Stone, Golden Crow Essence, Frost Grass. Fang Yuan threw in the materials one by one, and at the same time threw in Yuan Stone at intervals. Most of these goo refinement materials were saved from King Exine's inheritance, while the rest were purchased from Li Xian. He used up over 180,000 Yuan Stone to refine the goo. Bone Wings Goo. Rank 4 goo, shaped like a feather, pure white and flawless. Its body was made of bone and was as light as a feather. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this goo flew to his back and spread out, forming 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fang Yuan's back. Then he mobilized his primeval essence and poured it into the Bone Wings goo. An intense pain assaulted him, and countless bone spikes grew on Fang Yuan's spine and ribs. The bone spikes pierced through his flesh and extended out, intersecting and forming 2 large bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings of a bird, wide and long. When folded, the tail could even touch the ground. One had to know that the current Fang Yuan had a true 8 feet tall body. Swoosh! With a light sound, the bone wings spread out. The cave immediately did not seem so spacious. Ordinary bone wings were pure white in color, but now Fang Yuan's bone wings were not only black like ink, but also emitted a metallic luster, like steel and iron. This was because Fang Yuan's bones were extraordinary and had the effect of the iron bone goo. At the same time, he had been using the rank 4 essence iron bone goo recently. This caused Fang Yuan's bone wings to be far stronger than others. Rather than saying it was a pure bone wing, it was better to say it was an iron bone wing. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly, and with a whooshing sound, a strong whirlwind started blowing. The bone wings could be used at will, like a natural part of the body. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary goo masters were very cautious when using the bone wings goo. They often needed 2 to 3 years of training before they could use it to fly. If they were to use it for battle, the training time would be even longer, at least 5 years. After all, humans walked on the ground and were not flying creatures. But Fang Yuan did not have such a problem. In his previous life's 500 years of experience, he had also left behind a huge amount of wealth in the aspect of flying. It could be imagined that if he suddenly used it, the enemy would be caught unprepared. Newly advanced cultivation, bone wings goo, these were Fang Yuan's new trump cards. Chapter 364. The group of 7 silently ran in the forest. We have been rushing day and night these days. We are already very close to Sancha Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu thought as he ran, crossing mountain rocks and tree roots. He was tall and sturdy, with a square face and a resolute expression, giving people a feeling of reliability. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and was famous in southern border. When he was young, he was not welcomed in the clan and was ostracized, forced to wander outside. In the end, he encountered a righteous path goo master inheritance and turned to strength path, making a name for himself. Now he was a famous figure in the righteous path, possessing rank 5 goo earth overlord. People called him present age overlord, with battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. On Sancha Mountain, there are currently 5 rank 4 peak stage. They are Long Qing Tian, Yichong, Kong Ritian, Wushan Tong, and Yihua. Among them, Yihua has outstanding battle strength and is the most important opponent. But other than them, there will be more and more powerful figures joining the fray. I wonder what Tai Ruanen plans to do. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu turned around and looked at Tai Ruanen, who was running beside him. Although he had outstanding battle strength, the team sent by the clan this time was not led by him, but by a young junior, Tai Ruanen. After Tai Ruanen returned to the clan, she worked hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now, she was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She was meticulous and perceptive, gradually gaining the title of Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star of Tai clan in recent years. She was gradually rising and was the center of attention. This time, when the 4 old-timers of Tai clan requested help, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruanen as the leader of the team. Even a famous elder like Tai Ba Xiu had to listen to her instructions. It could be seen how much Tai clan's higher-ups had high expectations of her. Tai Ba Xiu only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He did not mind or feel any jealousy towards the clan's arrangements. Tai Ba Xiu was extremely loyal to the clan for the clan's future hope. He was willing to assist and become the stepping stone. In fact, when he was in trouble, he had received divine investigator Tai Shuelong's help. Tai Ba Xiu had always been grateful. These days of traveling, Tai Ba Xiu felt Tai Ruanen's excellence. As expected of the divine investigator's daughter, Brother Shuelong, you have a successor. You can rest in peace. Tai Ba Xiu was filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruanen. Not only did he admire her talent in cultivation, but he also valued her leadership ability. Beside Tai Ruanen, there was a group of outstanding young Gu masters. Let's not talk about others. Just look at this group of people. Tai Mu, a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had a delicate appearance and was brimming with talent. He was recruited by many parties, but chose to side with Tai Ruan Nan. Tai Aokai was at rank 3 upper stage. Don't be fooled by his dazed expression, as if he had not woken up yet. In fact, his scouting ability was top-notch, and he was very strong. There was also Tai Dao Ku. He was adept at offense and had outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master before being recruited by Tai Ruanan. Tai Xianhua, one of the clan beauties of the clan. She was young and beautiful, and her defense was praised by the clan elders. These talents were gathered under Tai Ruanan's command, and they would become her foundation in the future. Tai Ba Xiu could already see this foundation continuously growing, strengthening, and finally assisting Tai Ruanan to ascend to the position of patriarch. Each of the Tai family's 8 young masters had a chance to compete for the position of patriarch. As she ran at top speed, the light and shadow in her field of vision changed, sprinkling down waves of green, flowing on Tai Ruanan's face. Her long and slender legs displayed the youthful beauty of youth as she ran. After these years of training, Tai Ruanan had clearly matured. Her eyebrows were straight like swords, and her eyes were bright like the stars. As she looked around, she gave off a fierce aura. Her thick eyelashes cast a shadow, covering the resolute light in her eyes. Sancha Mountain. She muttered this name in her heart. She had heard of the news regarding the 3 kings' inheritance long ago, and knew that Sancha Mountain had already become the center of attention of the whole southern border. The whirlpool of conflict devoured all lives and engulfed countless people of the demonic path and righteous path. Originally, Tai Ruanan did not want to participate, but an unexpected piece of information made her understand that there was a hidden story on Qing Mao Mountain. Her father, Tai Shueleng, died on Qing Mao Mountain, a fallen hero. This matter concerned her father. She had to go. Thus, she personally accepted the order and rushed to Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing, Fang Yuan, I will investigate the truth of what happened on Qing Mao Mountain. The group moved forward, a group of 7 people, displaying a standard battle formation. The investigative Gu master Tai Aokai was at the front, Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu were in the middle, the healing Gu master was at the back, and Tai Xianhua, who was in charge of defense, was beside him. No matter how the terrain changed, the battle formation did not show any signs of chaos. No matter what happened, this group could react quickly and not be caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Aokai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted loudly, giving a warning. There was a situation. The whole group stopped abruptly, and the group changed rapidly. The formation was slightly adjusted, reaching the optimal position. They were tightly united, but also slightly scattered, leaving a path of retreat. They could advance and attack, and retreat and defend. One person, with his arms crossed, stood on a huge rock, looking down at the group. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. Although the muscles on his body were not ridiculously bulky, they still gave people a feeling of sturdiness and strength. He was dressed in a tight black robe. Although he was standing alone, he was like a towering mountain in front of him. Especially his pair of black eyes. They were as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Fang Zeng. Seeing this person, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, blurting out, "That's right, the person was Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan, we meet again." Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a trace of callousness in his calmness. Little Beast King. Tai Ba Xiu squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The other 5 were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were familiar with the relevant information, and knew that this person in front of them was a rising star of the demonic path. His battle strength was strong, and his conduct was wild and unrestrained, an extremely dangerous person. Fang Zheng, how have you been? A complicated expression surfaced on Tai Ruanan's face as she sighed, and continued, Fang Zheng, are you here to reconcile? Actually, there is nothing impossible. I know about the Three Kings inheritance contest. It is either you die or I die. There is no way out. Bai Ning Bing met my Tai clan's Gu masters and killed him. It was a helpless action. I have friendly relations with you too. How about this? You two come to Tai clan as guests, explain the matter clearly, and do something for Tai clan to atone for their sins. I can plead for mercy for you too, and let Tai clan not pursue this matter. As she spoke, Tai Ao Kai nervously activated his Gu worms, secretly investigating the surroundings. It was too strange for Fang Yuan to appear alone. There might be some other ambush. Hearing Tai Ruanan's words, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. Sin? Just killing a person, what sin is there? The only difference is that this person's background is slightly strong. Tai Ruanan, to think you are still so childish. You want to trick me into going to Tai clan, trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Once I get to Tai clan, I will be like a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in plain sight. You can do whatever you want to me. Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Fang Zheng, you have changed too much these years. Don't you feel any guilt killing people? But I did not lie to you. I can guarantee with my character that you will be safe, and that the trial will be fair and just. Fang Yuan sneered. Is your Tai clan safe now? Now, that divine thief Lu Zuanfeng is causing havoc in Tai clan and even sneaked into Demon Suppression Tower. Your Tai clan can't even look after themselves, and you want to guarantee my safety? Laughable, laughable. What? Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng's matter has been kept secret by the clan. He is an outsider. And as far away at Sancha Mountain, how could he know so clearly? The 7 Tai clan members' expressions changed. Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng was a rank 5 Gu master expert. He had already caused great trouble for Tai clan's higher-ups by sneaking into Demon Suppression Tower. Tai clan had always viewed themselves as the holy land of the righteous path, and Demon Suppression Tower was the world's famous prison of the demonic path. Yet Lu Zuanfeng was able to come and go as he pleased. Such a great humiliation was kept secret by Tai clan, and even super clans like Wu clan and Shang clan could not find out about it. This little beast king actually knew. You actually believe such nonsense? Tai Ba Xiu could not help but deny the matter concerned Tai clan's reputation. Leader, there is no ambush around. He is alone. At this time, Tai Ao Kai reported in a low voice. Tai Ruanan immediately had a flash of inspiration and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, I understand your meaning. You want to use this information to threaten us and exchange for Bai Ningbing's life? Sure, but we still need to know how you found out about this secret. Otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Tai Ruanan, you are really naive. I was just saying those words casually. Don't you understand my intention? Don't tell me you don't know there is a battle tactic called besieging a point and attacking reinforcements. What, you want to deal with us? Tai Ruanan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. The others stared at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at a madman. There are 7 of us, and you are alone. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Ba Xiu, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruanan, and 5 rank 3 Gu masters. All of them are experts. You want to deal with us alone. This little beast king, has he gone crazy from anxiety? Is there something wrong with his brain? At once, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Fang Yuan saw the changes in everyone's expression and knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue, and with a cold smile, his figure suddenly flew down from the sky, and like a goshawk, he pounced towards the group. He really attacked, courting death. The 7 were shocked and furious. Not right, this aura, how did he reach rank 4 middle stage? The next moment, the hearts of the 7 thumped as they felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage. Isn't it initial stage? Tai Ruanen stared with her eyes wide open, feeling astonished. Chapter 365. Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment goo to restrain his aura. Now that he made a move, his true aura burst out. Moreover, Tai Ruanan and the others had a preconceived notion that Fang Yuan was rank 4 initial stage. Thus, the 7 Tai clansmen were extremely shocked. Rank 4 middle stage. This little beast king has actually surpassed our young master Ruanan at such a young age. Rank 4 middle stage. No wonder he is so arrogant. So what if he is rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to come to us. He is simply courting death. Many thoughts flashed in the minds of the Tai clansmen. Bam! With a muffled sound, Tai Ba Xiu flew out of the group and collided with Fang Yuan's fists in the air. Tai Ba Xiu landed on the ground calmly, while Fang Yuan flew back. Fang Zheng, you want to find trouble with us alone? I know you want to save your companion by Ningbing, but you need to reconsider. You cannot act rashly when it comes to saving people. It is not too late for you to stop now. If you continue to fight, you will truly be opposing our Tai clan. If that happens, your companion's life will be in danger. Tai Ba Xiu's words seemed to be advising with good intentions, but in fact, he was trying to break down Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. In the end, the older the wiser. He. Fang Yuan chuckled, staring at Tai Ba Xiu and the others with killing intent. Who does Tai clan think they are? So what if we are opposing them? If I really cannot save Bai Ningbing, then she can only blame her bad luck. Anyway, I have already tried my best. These words were so cold and emotionless. The 7 Tai clansmen could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes turned, looking at Tai Aokai. The one over there, you don't need to investigate anymore. It's just me. Honestly, the route you chose is very good and secretive. It is suitable for me to kill all of you. Hearing such words, Tai Ba Xiu's expression completely sank. Fang Zheng, you are courting death. Die. Fang Yuan laughed loudly towards the sky, showing off his arrogance. Is this person crazy? Has little beast king already gone berserk and lost control of his temperament? Demonic cultivators are all such lunatics. Watching Fang Yuan's maniacal laughter, everyone from the Tai family felt troubled. The fierce are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. Even the 7 of them, from the Tai family. Since Fang Yuan was alone, the Tai family's people also felt apprehensive. This kind of madman who didn't care about his own life. What else couldn't he do? Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, and he took a step forward. With a loud boom, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger, descending the mountain. Fight! Tai Ruanan's expression was solemn as she shouted. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Tai Ba Xiu retreated and stood beside Tai Ruanan, while Tai Dao Ku and Tai Xianhua moved forward. Tai Aokai ran to the side. The entire formation suddenly loosened up, as if a sack had suddenly opened up, displaying the exquisite tactical cooperation of the Tai family members. Charging Crash Goo, Fang Yuan was like a raging bull, trampling everything in his way. The mountain rocks under his feet crumbled as he fearlessly charged into the Tai family's sack. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant. Tai Xianhua shouted angrily. She opened her right hand's 5 fingers. With a soft sound, a huge black gold lotus flower blossomed in her palm. Instantly, it bloomed in her palm. The lotus flower bloomed, and the huge petals curved downwards, forming an arc like the surface of an umbrella. The dark green flower stalk continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the length of an arm, becoming the handle of an umbrella. Tai Xian Hua stretched out her left hand and plucked this lotus flower from her right hand. She then carried the dark green flower stalk and charged towards Fang Yuan. Umbrella lotus gu. Tai Xian Hua's body was petite, while the umbrella lotus was huge. It completely covered her and became a shield, firmly protecting her. Fang Yuan sneered as a white elephant appeared above his head. Beast phantom, the strength of an elephant. Boom! Without any surprise, Tai Xian Hua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was directly sent flying. Tai Xian Hua flew over 10 feet away, like a fallen leaf swept by the wind. Such strong strength! She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. Her body spun in the air, quickly finding her balance and landing on the ground. But the expected attack did not follow. Fang Yuan ignored her existence and charged towards Tai Ruanan. Damn it, he is attacking young master. We need to stop him and protect young master. Fang Yuan's target was Tai Ruanan, arousing everyone's battle intent and killing intent. Tai Ruanan half knelt on the ground, pressing her hands on the ground. From the start of the battle, she had been creating puppets. Around her, the grass and trees grew wildly. The small grass by her feet grew as tall as a person. Dozens of huge grass intertwined together, and under the green light, weaved into a grass puppet. Grass puppet gu. Rank 1 grass puppet gu. Fang Yuan had seen it before on Qingmao Mountain. It had once been used by the Academy as a target to communicate with moonblades. Rank 1 grass puppet gu posed no threat, but at rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. And Tai Ruanan was currently using a rank 3 grass puppet gu. The grass puppet she created had a short and sturdy body, with tightly woven grass leaves, one hand holding a bamboo blade, the other holding a rattan shield. This was a rattan shell grass soldier. It had the battle strength to kill a rank 1 gu master. A single rattan shell grass soldier posed no threat to Fang Yuan. But once there were a lot of them, they would be troublesome. Rattan shell grass soldiers were often used as cannon fodder to expend the enemy gu master's primeval essence. More importantly, dozens of rattan shell grass soldiers could combine into rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers under the power of a rank 4 gu. In this short period of time, Tai Ruanan already had 18 rattan shell grass soldiers. Tai Ruanan. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with killing intent, his sharp and cold gaze locked onto Tai Ruanan. This girl had outstanding talent, similar to Bai Ningbing, and had investigated the matter on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fang Yuan had wanted to kill her back in Shangclan City, but the time was not ripe then. Tai Ruanan did not move. She chose to believe in her comrade and continued to create rattan shell grass soldiers. Stop him. Tai Ao Kai waved his sleeves, and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step forward. Tai Dao Ku activated hand blade gu and swift shadow gu, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but fought head-on. The golden needle mosquitoes drilled bloody holes on his body. Tai Dao Ku's arms left 2 long wounds on his chest and back. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Fang Yuan walked forward with his head held high, blood splattering everywhere. He is injured. The Tai clansman had a grave expression. If it were any other opponent, the Tai clansman would be happy and relaxed. But Fang Yuan had bitter strength gu. The heavier his injuries, the stronger his battle strength. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise. As expected, 3 beast phantoms appeared on top of Fang Yuan's head. Huge strength opened the path. Unstoppable. Tai Xianhua rushed over, but was sent flying by Fang Yuan. Tai Daoku retreated helplessly, while Tai Ao Kai could only roam around. Good. Tyrant strength Gu. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close to Tai Rua Nan, Tai Ba Xiu shouted, stepping forward bravely. Bam! With a loud sound, the two fiercely collided, and both retreated 7 to 8 steps back. They were evenly matched, for beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head, but Tai Ba Xiu was not someone with an undeserved reputation. His rank 4 tyrant strength Gu was also inherited from the ancient strength path. It allowed him to possess the strength of an overlord. Interesting, again, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he charged forward again. Tai Ba Xiu met him head-on, firmly blocking him, Tai Daoku and the others. Seeing this, they let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Little Beast King is finally stopped. As expected of senior Tai Ba Xiu, Fang Zheng has fallen into our encirclement. He is dead for sure. The Tai clansmen's morale surged, and Fang Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes, he was like a raging bull that had fallen into a pit, his threat greatly reduced. They all joined in the encirclement. Golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain, hand blades, all kinds of attacks attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan's flesh was torn open, his injuries were getting heavier, and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield Gu to defend himself. At the same time, he was using Self-Reliance Gu to heal himself. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Ba Xiu was also the same. He had rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu, which allowed him to absorb strength from the earth, making the effect of Tyrant Strength Gu stronger and stronger. Tai Ba Xiu continued to activate Earth Overlord Gu, obtaining formless strength from the earth and using it on Tyrant Strength Gu. His strength also continued to increase. The battle entered a deadlock. Fang Yuan and Tai Ba Xiu engaged in an intense battle, both punching and kicking, becoming the center of the battle. They were like giant beasts in human form. Every move they made carried the force of 1,000 caddies. Wherever the battle group went, mountain rocks would fly, and dust would fly. Howl! Suddenly, a beast roared, and a beast phantom appeared above Fang Yuan's head. It had lightning coiling around it, and its sharp teeth were exposed, showing its ferocious aura. Thunderboar Phantom. Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was sent flying. Umbrella Lotus Gu was broken, its petals fluttering in the air. Xianhua, hold on. Tai Mu quickly rushed over and hugged Tai Xianhua, who was vomiting blood, quickly healing her. At the same time, a group of rat and shell grass soldiers surrounded them, blocking the gap and protecting these two. Till now, Tai Ruanan already had close to 1,000 rat and shell grass soldiers supporting the battlefield. At the same time, new grass puppets were being created. Tai Ruanan walked the enslavement path, and an enslavement path Gu master like her could not be given enough time to prepare. Enslavement path Gu masters were most proficient in battles of attrition. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Fang Yuan. The best way to deal with it was to behead the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fang Yuan was currently entangled by Tai Ba Xiu. Such an amazing junior. Tai Ba Xiu could not help but exclaim in admiration towards Fang Yuan. Even though he had expected it, the strength that Fang Yuan displayed still made him shocked. He had thought that Fang Yuan's strength lay in his set of strength path Gu worms. Inheriting the afterglow of the ancient strength path, the Gu worms were rare and exquisite. But till now, the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness, and steadiness that Fang Yuan displayed made Tai Ba Xiu almost unable to believe it. Chapter 366. The battle raged on like wildfire. Little Beast King is actually so terrifying. We have so many people, yet we still can't take him down. Tai Mu healed while gazing at the battlefield, his expression fluctuating. His battle strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. To this extent, Tai Dao Ku looked at the battle in front of him and felt that he could no longer interfere. No wonder he was arrogant enough to intercept us. Such battle strength. But no matter how fierce you are, what can you do? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. We still have 7 people. This is the power of teamwork. Fang Yuan, you have undoubtedly lost this battle. Tai Ruanen occupied a high spot on the mountain rock and looked down at the battle. In her vision, Tai Ba Xiu and the other 5 surrounded Fang Yuan, fighting in a group. And around this group, there was a large area of green, a large number of rattan shell grass soldiers, forming a tight encirclement. At the same time, some rattan shell grass soldiers were combining with each other, forming rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome has been decided. Little Beast King, look at your surroundings. You are already heavily surrounded. Do you still want to persist in going about things the wrong way? Surrender. Maybe you can still live. Tai Xianhua stood up and attacked Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. Her injuries had already been healed by Tai Mu, and she had the strength to fight again. Fang Zheng, you can't escape even if you have wings. This is the price you have to pay for overestimating your capabilities. Tai Mu stood beside Tai Xianhua and echoed, "Oh, can't escape even if I have wings?" Fang Yuan exerted strength and temporarily pushed back Tai Ba Xiu. A mocking expression emerged on his face. "Can't escape even if I have wings? I'd like to give it a try." Whoosh! A sharp pain came. A pair of pitch-black bone wings emitting a metallic luster unfolded on Fang Yuan's back. There's actually one? What? Under the astonished gazes of the Tai clansmen, Fang Yuan exerted strength to flap his wings and easily left the ground. He continuously rose and flew into the air. Tai Mu did not expect that his prophecy would come true and was stunned. According to the information, Little Beast King doesn't have a flying type goo. This is clearly a rank 4 flying type goo. How did he get it? Tai Xianhua stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. Flying goo, as one of the movement-type goo worms, had high value and was also very rare. Very few goo masters had them. Fangzhen can fly. No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Dao Ku immediately understood. Tai Ruanan's expression was also ugly. Her vine shell grass soldiers had no anti-air ability. With Fang Yuan's flight, the encirclement that she had painstakingly created immediately revealed a huge loophole. What are you panicking for? Just at this moment, Tai Ba Xiu's loud shout resounded. This rank 4 peak stage strength path goo cultivator was the cornerstone of Tai clan. His eyes shone brightly. His rich life experience allowed him to see through Fang Yuan's weakness. How is it easy to control a flying type goo? Humans were born with 2 feet on the ground. If they wanted to fly into the sky and soar freely, how much hard practice did they have to go through? If they wanted to use flying to fight, how much sweat and bitter practice did they have to put in? Even verdant Great Sunday, the Grand Renzu's son, also died while flying. How long has it been since Little Beast King obtained the flying type goo? Tai Ba Xiu's words startled the Tai clansmen awake. Their gazes became excited. That's right, according to the information. Fangzhen doesn't have a flying type goo. The time he has obtained this pair of bone wings is pitifully short. Flying requires a lot of practice. It can't be used immediately after obtaining it. Little Beast King is really too naive. At the crucial moment, Senior Tai Ba Xiu is really reliable. The Tai clansmen regained their fighting spirit. My long-range battle methods are insufficient. You guys attack. Knock him down. Fang Zheng, your actions are utterly stupid. If you fought honestly, you could have lasted for a while, but now you are digging your own grave. Tai Ba Xiu shouted again. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a trace of pity. Little Beast King, you won't be happy for long. Golden Needle Mosquito? Ugh. Tai Ao Kai was just about to use his best method, but his expression suddenly froze. In the battle just now, his Golden Needle Mosquito, Gu, had already been completely used up. That was because he found that Fang Yuan never defended against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attacks. It was very useful. The intense battle also made him forget the intensity of the Golden Needle Mosquito's consumption. Not good. My star arrow Gu has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, there are only 2 Flower Rain Gu left. Similar situations were playing out more or less on the others. Tai Ba Xiu's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already targeted him earlier. His schemes were truly hidden deeply. No matter, I have Blade Chi Gu. I can fight from long range. Tai Dao Ku stood up. I have Snowball Gu. I can also make Little Beast King suffer. Another Tai clan, Gu Master, also stood up. Tai clan had 7 Gu Masters. They had the advantage in numbers and abundant methods. Even if Fang Yuan had targeted them, he could not kill them all at once. Little Beast King, come down. Tai Dao Ku sent out a Blade Chi. The Blade Chi whistled over, but Fang Yuan easily flapped his wings and dodged it. 3 snowballs were shot in succession, sealing Fang Yuan's escape route. Fang Yuan retracted his left wing, and with a nimble maneuver, he safely passed through the gap between the snowballs. Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart thumped. A bad feeling flashed in his heart. He actually dodged it so easily. Is this luck? Soon, Fang Yuan skillfully and confidently dodged countless attacks, causing the Tai clansmen to feel astonished and helpless. He can actually control the flying Gu so well. Damn it, I can't even hit him. My primeval essence is somewhat insufficient. The Blade Chi Gu's consumption is too high. It seems I can only let Fang Zheng escape this time. The Tai clansmen's firepower gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you. You are indeed a genius. Letting you escape so easily today is also your talent. But remember, be careful the next time we meet. Tai Ruanen warned in a heavy tone. When Fang Yuan heard this, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The bad feeling in Tai Ba Xiu's heart intensified. Ha ha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why should I run? The true battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when a voice rang out. All-out effort Gu and strength Chi Gu were activated at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 5 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and pounced down. Bam, bam, bam. For a moment, the battlefield was in an uproar, rocks cracked, and dust rose. The rattan shell grass soldiers were sent flying by the beast phantoms, scattering. The Tai clansmen rapidly retreated. Attack! We cannot take a beating passively. Make sure he can't even take care of himself. Tai Ba Xiu roared, raising his bull-sized fist, and punched towards Fang Yuan. The formless, piercingly cold fist energy exploded forth, creating a sonic boom. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings. His body flew up and easily dodged. Tai Ba Xiu sighed helplessly. Although his fist force was a long-range attack, the distance was still too short. He was a strength path Gu master, and this path had always been lacking in long-range battles. Fang Yuan was an anomaly because his strength Chi Gu originated from the ancient Chi path. After receiving Tai Ba Xiu's reminder, The other Tai clan Gu masters resisted the beast phantoms and counterattacked, but right now, Fang Yuan was displaying an unparalleled flying ability. He was like a butterfly, fluttering in between attacks, nimbly dodging. Sometimes he was like a goshawk, soaring into the sky, making people feel helpless. Sometimes he was like a swallow, his black bone wings drawing arcs. Sometimes he was like a dragonfly, hovering and flying, waiting for an opportunity. Most of the attacks, he dodged them all. Scattered attacks landed on his body, but were all blocked by the golden shield Gu. How can this be? His flying ability, how can it be so strong? This is simply not inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Fei Yu, and Fei Yu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Fei Yu, and Fei Yu Wang were all flying experts and were famous in southern border. The Tai clansmen were dumbstruck, extremely shocked. Fang Yuan continued to activate Gu worms, bombarding to his heart's content. The previous battle was only a preparation for this. Tai Ruonan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rat and shell grass soldiers, but she could only passively take a beating, and she had wasted a large amount of her primeval essence for nothing. Die. Fang Yuan circled for a long time, before suddenly grabbing an opportunity and pouncing down from the sky. Tai Mu, be careful! Dodge! Everyone's screams reached Tai Mu's ears, and he hurriedly looked up. The dazzling sunlight in the sky first blinded his eyes. Next, he saw a black shadow, like a goshawk, pouncing down from the sky. An intense whistling sound filled his ears. An enormous sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Not good. Escape. This thought had just appeared in his mind when Fang Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom Recall. Fang Yuan's enormous strength surged as he spread his arms and ruthlessly tore them apart. Bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall. Tai Mu's 2 arms were torn off at the base by Fang Yuan. The intense pain almost drowned Tai Mu's mind. He let out an angry roar, his handsome face contorting to a terrifying degree. Bam! Fang Yuan retaliated and clapped his hands. Tai Mu's head was like a watermelon that was forcefully smashed. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed all over Fang Yuan's body. His face and hair were either white brain matter or red blood. There was even an eyeball stuck to Fang Yuan's clothes. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nose. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited on the spot. But to Fang Yuan, it was like he was smelling the most fragrant smell in the world. He enjoyed it as if it was malt syrup, and even felt an intense excitement from the deepest part of his body. Death, how sweet and fragrant. Kill, kill. Let the intense flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's sacrifice, the Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea.